Welcome to Ultimate Harry. This channel is about Harry Potter what if stories where things don't go the normal way, magic is stronger and darker, and the wizarding world shows its hidden side. You have seen today's title. What if 7-year-old Harry secretly wrote to the ministry and exposed the Dursleys? Quick note before we start. This video is self-recorded and made following YouTube's latest rules. All stories here are originally written and created only for storytelling and entertainment. If you like dark timelines, powerful Harry, and ancient magic, subscribe and be part of Ultimate Harry. Now, let's begin.
Chapter 1 The Letter Beneath the Floorboard. The spiders knew Harry before he knew himself. They lived under his cupboard, between the floorboards where the dust gathered thick as cobwebs and the light never reached. Harry watched them sometimes, when the dark pressed too close and his stomach ached with hunger, and he thought they must be the only creatures in this house who did not flinch when they saw his face. 4 years old, and he had already learned the weight of silence. 5 years old, and he understood that love was a currency he would never possess. 6 years old, and he stopped crying when Aunt Petunia locked him in the cupboard. The tears dried up like water left too long in the sun. What remained was something harder, something that watched and waited and learned the geography of cruelty. Now he was 7 years old, and the cupboard had grown smaller. Harry sat cross-legged on the thin, damp mattress, his back pressed against the wall where the cold seeped through even in summer. His fingers traced the groove between two floorboards, the one that never quite closed, the one he had loosened over months of patient, invisible work. Beneath that board, wrapped in a scrap of old newspaper, lay his secret. Not the broken toy car Dudley had discarded, though Harry had salvaged that too. Not the smooth, gray pebble he had found at the park and kept because it reminded him of nothing and everything. No, beneath the floorboard lay a pencil stub, so short now that his fingers cramped around it. And paper, not the good kind, not the thick white sheets Dudley used for his schoolwork, but the thin, grayish scraps Aunt Petunia threw away. The backs of shopping lists. The margins of old catalogs. Any surface that could hold words. Words were Harry's rebellion. He could not fight back. He had tried, once, at 6, when Dudley had cornered him in the garden, and something hot and strange had burst from Harry's chest, something that made Dudley scream and his trousers damp. After that, Uncle Vernon had locked him in the cupboard for 3 days with no food and only the spiders for company. Harry learned, then, not to hide what he was. He did not understand what he was, only that it made the Dursleys' faces twist with fear and disgust, but to hide the evidence. So when the letters began arriving, addressed to him in green ink on thick parchment, Harry did not mention them. The first one came on a Tuesday. Harry was scrubbing the kitchen floor, his knees raw against the cold linoleum, when the post slid through the letterbox. 3 letters, a bill, a catalog for lawnmowers, and something that smelled faintly of smoke and flowers. The Dursleys were in the sitting room. Dudley was whining about a new video game. Vernon's voice rumbled like distant thunder. Harry's fingers closed around the parchment. He slipped it into his waistband, beneath his too large jumper, and continued scrubbing. That night, in the cupboard, he unfolded the letter by the faint light of a street lamp that bled through the gap beneath the door. Harry James Potter. The cupboard under the stairs. *4 Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. His name, his full name. No one had ever written his name before. The letter spoke of a school for witchcraft and wizardry. It spoke of a place where people like him existed, where his parents had existed, where he might belong. Harry read it 7 times. Then he folded it carefully and slid it beneath the loose floorboard. The letters kept coming. Aunt Petunia found the second one and her face went the color of old milk. Uncle Vernon built a bonfire in the back garden and burned everything that arrived. They shouted at Harry, demanded to know if he had told anyone, if he had written back, if he understood that there was no such place, that there were no such people, that he was nothing and would always be nothing. Harry said nothing, but beneath the floorboard, the letters accumulated. 6, 12, 19, and between them, hidden in the margins of discarded paper, Harry's own words began to grow. Dear Ministry of Magic. He crossed it out. Too formal. Too strange. He did not even know if the ministry was real, or if the letters were some elaborate joke the universe was playing on a boy who slept in a cupboard. To whom it may concern. Too cold. He was not cold. He was burning. My name is Harry Potter. I think I am a wizard. The people I live with do not want me to be one. Asterisk. He stared at the words. His handwriting was cramped and uneven. He had never been taught properly, had only copied the shapes of letters from cereal boxes and road signs. They keep me in a cupboard. Sometimes they forget to feed me. Uncle Vernon hits me when I make mistakes. Dudley calls me names and Aunt Petunia pretends I do not exist. Asterisk. I am 7 years old. Asterisk. I do not know if anyone is supposed to look after me. I do not know if anyone is looking. Asterisk. Please. I do not want to be magic if it makes people hate me. I just want to be somewhere I am allowed to exist. Asterisk. He folded the paper. It was thin enough to see through, almost. He folded it again, and again, until it was a tight square small enough to hide in his palm. Then he waited. 3 weeks later, on a gray October morning, Uncle Vernon left the back door unlocked while he wrestled Dudley's bicycle from the shed. Aunt Petunia was on the telephone, her voice sharp and nasal, complaining about the price of lamb chops. Harry slipped out. The postbox was at the end of Privet Drive, red and solid and ordinary. Harry had passed it 1,000 times, always too small to reach the slot, always watched. Today, he was tall enough. Today, no one was watching. The letter slid from his fingers into darkness. For a moment, Harry stood perfectly still, his hand pressed flat against the cold metal of the postbox. He could feel the pulse in his fingertips, the frantic drumbeat of his own heart. Then he turned and walked back to number 4. That night, lying in his cupboard with his knees drawn to his chest, Harry listened to the house settle around him. The creak of floorboards, the mutter of the television downstairs, the distant rumble of Uncle Vernon's snore. He thought about the letter, traveling somewhere in the dark. He thought about the words he had written, and whether they would be read by anyone, and whether anyone would care. And for the first time in 7 years, Harry Potter hoped. Chapter 2, The Knock at Midnight. The stars did not visit Little Whinging. Harry knew this because he had spent many nights pressed against a small, high window of his cupboard, watching the sky. Sometimes, when the clouds parted, he could see faint pinpricks of light, but they were always distant, cold, unreachable. Like everything else, tonight, the sky was black and seamless. October had bled into November. The days grew shorter, the cold sharper. Aunt Petunia had not given Harry his winter jumper yet, the one that had once been Dudley's, gray and threadbare, with holes at both elbows. Harry did not ask. Asking only reminded them that he existed, and existence, he had learned, was a crime he could not stop committing. The letter had been gone for 17 days. Harry had stopped hoping. He had stopped many things over the years. Crying, asking, expecting. Hope was simply the latest in a long line of luxuries he could not afford. 17 days. Perhaps the ministry was not real. Perhaps the letters had been a trick, a cruel joke from some invisible tormentor. Perhaps there was no place for people like him, no school, no wizards, no parents who had loved him and died. Perhaps the cupboard was all there would ever be. Harry closed his eyes. The knock came at midnight. 3 knocks. Precise. Measured. Each one a small thunder that shook the front door in its frame. Harry sat up so fast his head hit the shelf above his mattress. Pain blossomed across his scalp, warm and immediate, but he barely registered it. His heart had stopped. No, it was beating, but so fast now that it felt like a single, sustained note of terror. The house woke around him. Uncle Vernon's footsteps thundered overhead. Aunt Petunia's voice, high and querulous. Who on earth, at this hour? Dudley began to cry. Harry pressed himself against the wall of his cupboard, his fingers finding the groove in the floorboard, the hidden cache beneath. His letters. His proof. His only evidence that the world beyond Privet Drive might contain something other than indifference. The front door opened. Harry could not see. He could only hear the groan of hinges, the sharp intake of Uncle Vernon's breath, the sudden silence that fell like a blanket over number 4. Then a voice. Deep. Calm. Older than the house, older than the street, older perhaps than England itself. Vernon Dursley. Uncle Vernon made a sound, not a word, not quite a whimper, something caught between outrage and terror. I am looking for a boy. A boy by the name of Harry James Potter. The cupboard door remained closed. Harry's fingers trembled against the floorboard. He could open it. He could step out, into the hallway, into the light. He could see who had come, why they had come, whether the letter had reached its destination after all. But 7 years of survival held him still. "Don't know what you're talking about," Uncle Vernon said. His voice was too loud, too bright, the voice of a man constructing a lie even as he spoke it. "No boy here. Just me and my wife and son. No, no boys." Another silence. Longer this time. "Vernon," the voice said, and now Harry heard something beneath the calm. Something vast and patient, like the sea waiting for the tide to turn. "I am not a man who appreciates his time being wasted. I have traveled a great distance. I have left urgent business unattended. And I am very, very tired." A pause. "Where is the boy?" Harry's hand moved before his mind caught up. He pushed open the cupboard door. The hallway was bathed in golden light, not the harsh yellow of the Dursleys' bulbs, but something softer, warmer, as if the sun itself had decided to visit number 4 after all. It emanated from the tip of a wooden stick, held loosely in the hand of the tallest man Harry had ever seen. The man was old, ancient. His silver hair and beard cascaded down his chest, disappearing into the folds of deep purple robes that glittered with embroidered stars. His nose was long and crooked, his eyes were the blue of a winter sky, and he was looking directly at Harry. "Good Lord," the man murmured. "The state of you." Harry stood in the doorway of his cupboard, still in his 2 short pajamas, his feet bare against the cold linoleum. He was thin. He knew he was thin. He saw his reflection sometimes, in shop windows and dark televisions, and he looked like a child drawn by someone who had never seen a child before. Wrists like twigs, knees too large for his legs. Hair that stuck up in every direction, no matter how Aunt Petunia hacked at it with kitchen scissors. And on his forehead, visible now in the golden light, a scar, shaped like a bolt of lightning. The old man's eyes lingered on it for a long, quiet moment. "Albus Dumbledore," he said, and his voice was gentler now, as if he had set something heavy down. "Headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I believe you've been expecting me." Harry's throat closed. He nodded. "Good," Dumbledore said. "Then we have much to discuss. But first," he turned to face the Dursleys, who had pressed themselves against the far wall of the sitting room like prisoners awaiting execution. Uncle Vernon's face was the color of spoiled meat. Aunt Petunia had her arm around Dudley, her knuckles white where they gripped his shoulder. "Petunia," Dumbledore said, not unkindly. "It has been many years." Aunt Petunia said nothing. Her face was very still. "I will take the boy tonight," Dumbledore continued. "There are matters that require his attention, matters that cannot wait until September. When the time comes, he will receive further instruction regarding his education." "You can't," Uncle Vernon began, but the words died in his throat as Dumbledore turned his gaze upon him. "I can," Dumbledore said quietly. "And I will. The protection your sister purchased with her blood remains in place, Vernon. That protection requires Harry to call this house his home. It does not require him to call this cupboard his bed." He looked at Harry again. "Gather your things." Harry moved. He did not think. His body simply responded, ducking back into the cupboard, his fingers finding the loose floorboard with practiced ease. The letters, all 19 of them, each one unfolded and smoothed and treasured. The pencil stub, the scraps of paper with his own cramped handwriting, his desperate questions, his fragile hope. And the reply he had never received. He cradled everything against his chest and stepped back into the hallway. Dumbledore was watching him. Something flickered across the old man's face, pity, perhaps, or grief, or both. "Good," he said. "Now, if you would take my arm." Harry hesitated. Touching was complicated. Touching could be interpreted as asking, and asking was not permitted. But the old man's arm remained extended, patient and unwavering, and Harry's fingers closed around the fabric of his robe. The world compressed. Harry felt himself pulled through a space that was too small and too large simultaneously, a sensation like falling upwards through water. His stomach lurched. His scar gave a single, sharp throb of warmth. Then his feet touched solid ground. He was standing in a street. Not Privet Drive, this was something else entirely, something that could not exist in the gray, orderly world of Little Whinging. The buildings rose on either side, crooked and tall, leaning toward each other as if sharing secrets. Lanterns hung from wrought iron brackets, their flames blue and silver and gold. And the people, Robes, pointed hats, strange creatures perched on shoulders and peering from pockets. Harry's breath caught. Charing Cross Road, Dumbledore said, releasing his arm. The entrance to the leaky cauldron lies just ahead. But first, he stopped, turned, looked down at Harry with those ancient, impossible eyes. You wrote a letter, Dumbledore said. It was not a question. Harry clutched his bundle tighter. His voice, when he finally found it, was barely audible. Yes. To the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Family Services Division. I didn't know where else to send it. No, Dumbledore said softly. I don't imagine you did. He was silent for a moment. Around them, the street continued its midnight business, a witch hurrying past with a cage of screeching owls, a wizard laughing at something his companion had said, a cat with spectacles markings sitting primly on a windowsill. Your letter, Dumbledore said, was intercepted before it reached its intended recipients. Not by me, I do not intercept children's correspondence, whatever you may have heard. By someone else. Someone who believed that certain information should not reach certain desks. Harry's stomach tightened. Who? Dumbledore did not answer immediately. Instead, he looked up at the sky, the real sky, not the pale imitation Harry had watched from his cupboard, but something vast and deep and teeming with stars. There are people, he said slowly, who have invested a great deal in your survival, Harry. People who made choices 11 years ago that they have never stopped questioning. People who believe that the best way to protect you is to keep you hidden, unknown, unremarkable. He looked down at Harry. They are wrong. The words hung in the cold night air. I am old, Dumbledore continued, and I have made more mistakes than I care to count. But I am not so old that I have forgotten what it means to be a child. To be powerless. To wait for help that never comes. His voice dropped. Your letter reached me 3 days ago. It was delivered by someone who believed, as I believe, that you deserve to be heard. That your voice matters. That the cruelty you have endured is not your fault, has never been your fault, and will never be tolerated again. Harry's eyes burned. He did not cry. He had forgotten how. But something in his chest, something that had been clenched tight for as long as he could remember, began, very slowly, to loosen. Now, Dumbledore said, and his voice shifted, becoming lighter, warmer. I believe we have a school to discuss. But first, I think, you need a proper meal. And a proper bed. And perhaps, if you are willing, a conversation about what happens next. He extended his arm again. Harry took it. Chapter 3, The Room with No Cupboard. The leaky cauldron smelled of wood smoke and old secrets. Harry stood in the doorway, his bundle still pressed against his chest, and tried to absorb everything at once. The low ceiling with its blackened beams. The fire that crackled in a hearth large enough to stand in. The patrons, witches and wizards, yes, but also creatures he had no names for, beings with too many limbs are not enough, their voices a low murmur of sound that seemed to wrap around him like a blanket. No one stared at his scar. No one stared at him at all. Tom the barman was a stooped, toothless man who greeted Dumbledore with the easy familiarity of old acquaintance. He did not ask questions when Dumbledore requested a room for the night. He simply handed over an ornate key and nodded toward the stairs. Number 11, he said. Best view of the street. Harry followed Dumbledore up the narrow staircase, his bare feet silent on the worn carpet. The corridor at the top stretched farther than the building's exterior suggested possible, but Harry was learning, quickly, that what was possible had been redefined. Dumbledore unlocked the door. The room inside was small but warm. A bed with a patchwork quilt. A window overlooking the street below. A wooden desk with paper and ink. A lamp that glowed without visible flame. Dumbledore set his bag down by the bed. I will leave you to settle in, he said. Tom will bring food shortly. Eat slowly, your stomach will need time to adjust. And then sleep. We have a busy day tomorrow. Harry nodded. He could not find words. Dumbledore moved toward the door, then paused. His hand rested on the frame. Harry. The sound of his name in that voice, gentle, unhurried, as if he were worth the breath it took to speak it. Yes. Dumbledore did not turn around. You are not what happened to you. You are not the cupboard, or the hunger, or the silence. You are not the names they called you or the bruises they left behind. Do you understand? Harry's throat burned. Think about it, Dumbledore said softly. There is no rush. You have time now. More than you know. He closed the door behind him. Harry stood alone in the room with no cupboard. The food arrived. Harry did not know what most of it was. There was soup, golden and thick, with chunks of bread that steamed when broken open. There was a pie, savory and rich, with pastry that flaked beneath his fork. There were vegetables he had never seen, purple and orange and deep forest green, glazed with something that tasted of honey and herbs. He ate slowly, as Dumbledore had instructed. He ate until his stomach ached with fullness. And when Tom returned to collect the tray, Harry looked up at the old barman and said, very quietly, "Thank you." Tom's face softened. "Get some sleep, lad," he said. "Tomorrow's another day." He took the tray and left. Harry sat at the desk. His bundle lay before him, the letters and the pencil stub and his own desperate words. He unfolded the first letter, the one from Hogwarts, the one he had read so many times the parchment had grown soft at the creases. "Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you that you have been accepted at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We are pleased." Someone was pleased that he existed. Harry folded the letter carefully and placed it back with the others. Then he took one of the blank sheets from the desk, dipped the quill in the inkpot, and began to write. "Dear Professor Dumbledore, thank you for coming to get me. Thank you for the food in the room. I have questions. My parents, were they wizards? Did they go to Hogwarts? Do you know them? I mean, did you know them? What happened to them? Why did the Dursleys hate magic so much? Why did they hate me? What is my scar from? What happens now? He stared at the words. There was so much more he wanted to ask, questions that had accumulated over 7 years like dust in the corners of his cupboard, questions he had never dared to voice aloud. But his hand was cramping and his eyes were heavy. He set down the quill and climbed into the bed. The mattress yielded beneath him. The quilt smelled of lavender and something else, something warm and faintly sweet. Harry lay on his back, staring up at the ceiling, and waited for the familiar darkness of his cupboard to press in around him. It did not come. Instead, there was space. There was air. There was the sound of the street below, muffled and distant, the voices of witches and wizards going about their midnight business. Harry closed his eyes. He slept. Dawn came gray and soft through the window. Harry woke slowly, his body unaccustomed to sleeping through the night without interruption. For a long moment, he simply lay still, feeling the warmth of the quilt and the unfamiliar absence of pain in his back and knees. Then memory returned. He sat up quickly, scanning the room. His bundle still lay on the desk. His letter to Dumbledore sat beside it, the ink dry now, the words waiting. A knock at the door. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice. "May I come in?" Harry pulled the quilt up to his chin. "Yes." Dumbledore entered, carrying 2 cups of something that steamed and smelled richly of chocolate. He set one on the desk beside Harry's letter, then settled himself in the chair by the window. "You slept well." Harry nodded. He picked up the hot chocolate, wrapped his fingers around the warmth, and took a careful sip. It was the best thing he had ever tasted. "I read your letter," Dumbledore said quietly. "I will answer your questions as best I can. Some of them will require more time than others. Some of them," he paused. "Some of them are not mine to answer." Harry waited. "Your parents were wizards," Dumbledore said. "Your father, James, was a pureblood, born into a wizarding family with a long history. Your mother, Lily, was Muggle-born. That means she came from a non-magical family, like your Aunt Petunia." He paused, as if weighing his next words. "They met at Hogwarts. They were sorted into Gryffindor, my own house. They were young, and brave, and very much in love. And they died, 11 years ago, trying to protect you from a dark wizard who sought to destroy you." Harry's grip tightened on his cup. "Who?" "His name," Dumbledore said, "is Lord Voldemort." The name seemed to hang in the air, heavy with history. Harry felt his scar give a faint, warning throb. He was the most powerful dark wizard of our age. He believed in the supremacy of pureblood magic, in the subjugation of Muggles and Muggle-borns. He built an army of followers, brought this country to the brink of war. And on Halloween night, 1981, he came to your parents' home in Godric's Hollow. He paused. "He killed your father first. James died trying to give your mother time to escape. Your mother, Lily, she refused to step aside. She stood between you and Voldemort, and she died begging him to spare you. Harry's eyes burned. The killing curse rebounded, Dumbledore said softly. It struck Voldemort and destroyed his body. But it left its mark on you. He looked at Harry's forehead. Your scar is not a punishment, Harry. It is not a mark of shame. It is proof that love, your mother's love, is more powerful than any dark magic ever devised. Harry set down his cup. His hands were shaking. She loved me. Yes. She didn't even know me. I was a baby. She could have run. She could have. She chose not to. Harry was quiet for a long time. Why did the Dursleys hate magic? He asked at last. If my mother was a witch, why did they hate what she was? Dumbledore sighed. Fear, he said. Fear of what they did not understand. Fear of what made your mother different, special, beyond their reach. Petunia loved her sister once, I believe that, truly. But love curdled into envy, and envy hardened into hatred, and hatred became the only way she could reconcile the sister she lost with the life she had built. He looked at Harry. That is not an excuse. It is an explanation, and a poor one at that. Nothing the Dursleys did to you was justified. Nothing they took from you was theirs to take. Harry picked up his quill. He had more questions, so many more. But one burned brighter than the others, one he had been afraid to ask since the moment he first read the Hogwarts letter. What happens now? He whispered. Do I go back? After everything you've seen, do I have to go back? Dumbledore was silent. Your aunt's blood protects you, he said at last. When your mother died for you, she created a powerful magical protection, one that requires you to live with her blood relatives. As long as you can call Petunia's house your home, Voldemort cannot touch you. Harry's stomach dropped. So I have to go back. No. Harry looked up. You have to be able to call it your home, Dumbledore said. That does not mean you must live there. Not anymore. Not after your letter. He reached into his robes and withdrew a folded parchment. This arrived this morning, he said. From the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. Your letter was not ignored, Harry. It simply took time to reach the right hands. Harry unfolded the parchment. His eyes moved across the words, formal, bureaucratic, dense with legal terminology he did not understand. But one phrase stood out, sharp and clear. Immediate placement in appropriate magical guardianship pending full investigation of living conditions at 4 Privet Drive. Asterisk. What does this mean? Harry asked. Dumbledore smiled. It means, he said, that you are never going back to that cupboard. Chapter 4, The Weighing of Wands. The Ministry of Magic was not what Harry expected. He had imagined something grand, marble halls and soaring ceilings, wizards in dignified robes striding purposefully between departments. Instead, the atrium was a cavern of greenish gloom, the walls paneled in dark wood, the floor a polished expanse of obsidian that reflected the low, pulsing light of the enchanted ceiling. And the fountain. It dominated the center of the atrium, a golden sculpture of a witch and wizard standing amid a crowd of creatures Harry did not recognize. Water cascaded from their wands into the basin below, where coins glittered among the ripples. Throwing money into fountains, Dumbledore murmured, is a Muggle custom that has somehow infiltrated our own. I suspect the house elves find it terribly inconvenient. Harry barely heard him. He was staring at the people, the witches and wizards moving through the atrium in waves. Some wore robes in every color imaginable. Others wore business suits, or long coats, or garments Harry had no words for. And they all moved with the easy confidence of people who belonged. You belong here too, Dumbledore said quietly. Never doubt that. Harry nodded. He tried to believe it. They crossed the atrium toward a set of golden gates, where a witch in magenta robes was waiting with an expression of barely concealed impatience. Headmaster, she said, you're late. I am precisely on time, Amelia, Dumbledore replied mildly. It is everyone else who is early. Amelia Bones had a face like a clenched fist. Her hair was pulled back so severely it seemed to be in pain. Her monocle glinted as she turned her gaze upon Harry, and something in her expression shifted, softened, almost. Harry Potter, she said. I am Madam Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. I've read your letter. Harry's throat tightened. Yes, ma'am. Don't, ma'am, me, child. I'm not your aunt. She paused. I've also read the reports from the social workers who visited Privet Drive this morning. The Aurors who accompanied them. The medical examiners who documented. She stopped. Your letter was brave, she said. And foolish. And entirely correct. If you had not written it, no one would have known. Do you understand that? Harry nodded. Then understand this as well. She leaned down, her monocle catching the greenish light. What happened to you should never have happened. The system failed you. I failed you. We all failed you. And I intend to spend the rest of my career making sure no other child endures what you endured. Harry did not know what to say. Madame Bones straightened. The custody hearing begins in 20 minutes. Headmaster, if you would bring the boy to courtroom 10. She swept away without waiting for a response. Dumbledore placed his hand on Harry's shoulder. Are you ready? No, Harry said honestly. That is the correct answer, Dumbledore said. Come along. Courtroom 10 was underground. The lift descended for what felt like hours, past levels marked with signs Harry barely registered. Department of Mysteries, Level 9, authorized personnel only, until finally the doors opened onto a corridor of rough stone lit by flickering torches. The door to courtroom 10 was low and dark, its surface scarred with what might have been claw marks. Wizengamot, Dumbledore said quietly. Our highest judicial body. They will decide your future today. Harry's hand found the edge of Dumbledore's robe. Will they send me back? No, Dumbledore said. I will not permit it. He pushed open the door. The courtroom rose around them in tiers of dark wood, each level packed with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. At the center, in a sunken pit, stood a single chair, heavy iron, armrests scarred with wear, chains coiled at its base like sleeping serpents. Harry stared at the chair. You won't need to sit there, Dumbledore murmured. That is for criminal proceedings. Today, you are a witness, not a defendant. They were led to a smaller table at the front of the chamber, positioned to face the raised dais where the chief warlock presided. The chair was empty. The room buzzed with whispered conversation. Harry caught fragments. Potter, did they say? And, Dumbledore's boy, and, Dursleys, never heard of them. He kept his eyes forward and his hands still. A gavel struck wood. All rise for the chief warlock of the Wizengamot. The room creaked and rustled as the assembly stood. Harry stood too, his heart hammering against his ribs. The side door opened. The man who entered was not what Harry expected. He was small, almost tiny, with a shock of white hair and a face that seemed to have been compressed by time. His robes were simple, unadorned. But his eyes were sharp and bright and missed nothing. Be seated, said Chief Warlock Griselda Marchbanks. The room sat. Madame Marchbanks settled herself on the central dais, arranging her robes with careful precision. Only then did she look at Harry. So, she said, you're the boy who wrote the letter. Harry swallowed. Yes. A 7-year-old child, living with muggles, who somehow learned the existence of our world, obtained parchment and ink, composed a coherent account of his living situation, and successfully posted it to the correct government department. All without assistance. She paused. Remarkable. Harry didn't know if he was supposed to thank her. He said nothing. Madame Marchbanks turned her gaze to the assembled Wizengamot. We are here today to determine the welfare of Harry James Potter, formerly resident at number 4, Privet Drive, Little Whinging, Surrey. Evidence has been submitted by the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Family Services Division, including medical documentation, photographic evidence, and sworn testimony from the investigating Aurors. She paused. I will now call the first witness. Petunia Dursley. Aunt Petunia looked smaller in the witness chair. Her hands were clasped so tightly in her lap that her knuckles had gone white. Her face, usually so pinched and disapproving, seemed drained of color. She did not look at Harry. Madame Bones rose from her seat among the prosecutors. Mrs. Dursley, she said. You are the sister of Lily Evans, later Lily Potter. Is that correct? Yes. Petunia's voice was barely audible. And you agreed, 11 years ago, to take custody of your nephew following the deaths of his parents. Yes. Can you explain to this court why you chose to house that nephew in a cupboard under your stairs? A murmur rippled through the chamber. Petunia's hands twisted together. It was the only space available. The only space, Madame Bones repeated. In a 4-bedroom house occupied by 3 people. We needed the other rooms. For Dudley's things. For guests. How many guests have stayed in your home since Harry Potter came to live with you, Mrs. Dursley? Petunia's mouth opened and closed. None, Madam Bones said. The answer is none. The guest room remained empty for 7 years while your nephew slept in a cupboard. Is that correct? Petunia nodded. Verbal response, please. Yes. Madam Bones consulted her notes. The medical examination conducted this morning documented 27 distinct scars on Harry Potter's body. Many are consistent with healing injuries, bruises, cuts, burns. Several appear to be older, dating back years. Can you explain these? Petunia's voice was very small. He was always a clumsy child. He was always a child, Madam Bones said coldly. And you failed him. The chamber was silent. Madam Bones turned to face the Wizengamot. I submit that Petunia Dursley, and by extension her husband Vernon Dursley, are unfit guardians. They have systematically neglected, abused, and dehumanized the child entrusted to their care. They have deprived him of adequate nutrition, adequate shelter, adequate education, and any semblance of familial love. I recommend immediate and permanent revocation of their custody rights. She sat down. The Wizengamot murmured among themselves. Madame Marchbanks raised her gavel. The court will hear from the respondent. Mr. Dursley, you may take the stand. Uncle Vernon's face was purple. He strode to the witness chair as if he owned it, as if the entire courtroom were an inconvenience he was tolerating with great patience. But his hands trembled against the armrests. This is outrageous, he said before anyone could question him. Utterly outrageous. That boy was a burden from the moment we took him in. We did our duty. We gave him a roof over his head, food on his table. A cupboard, Madam Bones interrupted. And the food, according to the medical report, was insufficient to maintain a healthy weight. He was a picky eater. He was starving, Mr. Dursley. There is a difference. Vernon's jaw clenched. We did our best. Your best, Madam Bones said slowly, left a 7-year-old child with rickets, multiple untreated injuries, and no knowledge of his own parents beyond the fact that they died in a car crash. Your best left him convinced that he was worthless, unwanted, and unloved. Your best. She paused. Your best is not good enough. Harry did not remember testifying. He remembered sitting in the witness chair, his feet not touching the floor. He remembered Madam Bones asking questions, gentle questions, this time, her voice soft as she guided him through the details of his life at Privet Drive. The cupboard, the hunger, the days when no one spoke to him, when he existed in the space between their words like a ghost they refused to acknowledge. The locked doors, the shouted names, the moments of sudden, sharp pain that left bruises in the shape of Uncle Vernon's hands. He remembered Madam Bones asking, "Did anyone ever tell you that your parents loved you?" And he remembered his own voice, steady and clear, "No." The chamber was very quiet. Madam Bones looked at him for a long moment. Then she said, "Harry, if you could choose, if you could live anywhere, with anyone, where would you go?" Harry thought about the room at the Leaky Cauldron, with its warm quilt and its window overlooking the street. He thought about Hogwarts, the castle from the letters, with its moving staircases and enchanted ceiling and house elves who baked pies. But more than that, more than anywhere. Somewhere I'm allowed to exist, he said. Somewhere no one looks at me and wishes I wasn't there. His voice cracked on the last word. Madam Bones sat down. The deliberation took 43 minutes. Harry waited in a small antechamber with Dumbledore, who did not speak but simply sat beside him, his presence solid and quiet. Harry drank the hot chocolate someone had brought him and tried not to think about the courtroom, the chains coiled around the empty chair, the expression on Aunt Petunia's face when she had finally looked at him. She had looked at him like he was a stranger. Perhaps he was. The door opened. Madame Marchbanks stood in the doorway, her ancient face unreadable. "Harry Potter," she said. "The Wizengamot has reached its decision." Harry set down his cup. He followed her back into the courtroom, Dumbledore at his side. The tiers of plum-colored robes were silent now, watching. Waiting. Madame Marchbanks ascended to her dais. "The evidence presented today has been thoroughly reviewed," she said. "The court finds that Petunia and Vernon Dursley knowingly and repeatedly neglected the welfare of the child in their care. Their custody rights are hereby revoked, effective immediately." Harry's breath caught. Furthermore, Madame Marchbanks continued, the court finds that the system designed to protect magical children failed catastrophically in this case. An investigation will be conducted into the Ministry's oversight of Harry Potter's placement, and those found negligent will be held accountable. She paused. Regarding Harry Potter's future guardianship, Harry's heart stopped. The court has received and reviewed several applications. After careful consideration, we have approved the following placement. She looked directly at Harry. Harry James Potter, you are hereby placed in the temporary custody of Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, pending the identification and confirmation of suitable long-term guardians. The headmaster of Hogwarts will assume responsibility for your care, education, and welfare effective immediately. Dumbledore's hand found Harry's shoulder. Well, he murmured. That went rather better than I expected. Harry looked up at him. And for the first time in 7 years. Harry Potter smiled. Chapter 5, The House in the Hills. Hogsmeade Station was empty when the train arrived. Not the Hogwarts Express, that was a different train, a different journey, one Harry would make in September when the school year began. This was a smaller engine, older, its carriages battered by decades of Scottish weather. It had carried them from London through countryside that grew gradually wilder, greener, until the tidy English fields gave way to mountains and lochs and sky that went on forever. Dumbledore helped Harry down from the carriage. No luggage, said the driver, a squat wizard with a pipe clamped between his teeth. No luggage, Dumbledore confirmed. Not yet. The train pulled away, its whistle a lonely cry against the hills. Harry watched it go, then turned to face whatever came next. The station was little more than a platform and a signal box. Beyond it, a path wound upward through heather and gorse, disappearing into the gray-green folds of the landscape. Where are we going? Harry asked. Home, Dumbledore said. At least for now. He began to walk. Harry followed. The cottage did not reveal itself all at once. It emerged gradually from the hillside, as if it had grown there, stone walls weathered to the color of peat smoke, a roof thick with moss, windows that caught the shifting light like water. Smoke rose from the chimney in a thin, steady column. Harry stopped at the garden gate. Is this? Hogwarts is my residence during the school year, Dumbledore said. But this is where I return when the term ends, when the world grows too loud and I need silence. It was my family's home, once. Now it is simply mine. He unlatched the gate. She isn't much to look at, he said, but she has never turned away anyone in need. Harry crossed the threshold. The interior was warm and cluttered in a way that made Harry's chest ache. Books piled on every surface. Strange instruments of brass and crystal humming softly on shelves. A fire crackling in a hearth large enough to roast a sheep. And everywhere, on the mantel, on the windowsills, on the small table by the armchair, photographs. Moving photographs. Witches and wizards smiling, waving, raising glasses in silent toasts. A young man with Dumbledore's eyes in a different face, laughing at something outside the frame. A woman with silver hair and a gentle smile, her hand resting on the shoulder of a small boy with a kitten clutched to his chest. Harry's gaze moved from image to image, trying to absorb it all. These are my parents, Dumbledore said quietly. My sister, Ariana. My brother, Aberforth. A pause. The past is heavy here. But it is also warm. He moved to the kitchen and began to prepare tea, his movements unhurried and sure. Harry remained by the photographs. He had never seen his own parents' faces. The Dursleys had no photographs of Lily and James Potter. Whatever had existed, wedding portraits, baby pictures, the ordinary documentation of lives lived and loved, had been discarded, destroyed, erased. Harry had spent 7 years with no image of his mother beyond his own face reflected in dark windows. He had her eyes. Aunt Petunia had told him that once, in a moment of unguarded bitterness. You have your mother's eyes. He had not known what that meant until now. Now, standing in Dumbledore's cottage, surrounded by the faces of strangers who were not strangers at all. Harry felt something shift inside him. He wanted that. Not the cottage, not the photographs, not the tangible evidence of family history. He wanted what those photographs represented: continuity, connection. Proof that he came from somewhere, from someone, from people who had looked at him and loved him before he could even remember. Professor, he said. Dumbledore looked up from the teapot. Do you have photographs of my parents? The question hung in the warm, cluttered air. Dumbledore was very still for a moment. Then he set down the teapot and crossed to a bookshelf in the corner, his fingers trailing along the spines until they found what they sought, a heavy volume bound in deep red leather. "This," he said, "is the Hogwarts yearbook for 1978. The year your parents graduated." He opened it on the small table by the armchair. Harry approached slowly, as if the book might disappear if he moved too quickly. The pages were thick and slightly yellowed, the photographs tiny but clear. And there, a boy with messy black hair and glasses, his arms slung around the shoulders of a girl with red hair and a smile that seemed to light the page from within. They were laughing at something, leaning into each other like they had never learned how to stand apart. Harry touched the photograph. His mother's hair moved in an invisible breeze. His father adjusted his glasses and grinned at someone beyond the frame. They were young. They were alive. They were happy. "They look," Harry's voice failed him. "They look like you," Dumbledore said softly. "Especially when you smile." Harry did not smile. His throat was too tight, his eyes too hot. But he kept his finger on the photograph, tracing the outline of his mother's face, and he did not look away. That night, Harry lay in a bed that had been prepared for him in the cottage's smallest room. It was not a cupboard. It was not even a proper bedroom, more of an alcove off the main living space, with a narrow bed and a window that looked out onto the dark bulk of the hills. But the sheets were soft and clean, the pillow cradled his head like a cloud, and the door did not lock from the outside. Harry stared at the ceiling. He thought about his mother, laughing in a photograph that was older than he was. He thought about his father, arm around her shoulders, confident and carefree. He thought about the life they might have lived, the childhood they might have given him, the ordinary moments of love and belonging that had been stolen before he could even learn to want them. He thought about the letter he had written, the one that had changed everything. And he thought about the Dursleys, who had looked at him for 7 years and seen only a burden, a freak, a reminder of everything they feared. A soft knock at his door. "Harry." Dumbledore's voice. "May I come in?" Harry sat up, pulling the quilt to his chin. "Yes." Dumbledore entered, carrying 2 cups of hot chocolate. He settled himself on the edge of Harry's bed, his long frame folding with surprising grace, and handed one of the cups to Harry. "I find," Dumbledore said, "that difficult conversations are best conducted with warm beverages. It gives the hands something to do while the heart works through its troubles." Harry wrapped his fingers around the cup. The warmth seeped into his palms. "I have something to tell you," Dumbledore said. "Something I should have told you years ago. Something I was persuaded, wrongly, to keep from you." He paused. "The night your parents died, I made a choice. I believed it was the right choice. I believed it was the only choice. I believed that if you grew up away from our world, away from the fame and the expectations and the shadow of what you survived, you would have a chance at a normal life." His voice was very quiet. "I was wrong." Harry said nothing. His fingers tightened around his cup. "I chose the Dursleys," Dumbledore said. "I knew Petunia. I knew she had loved her sister once, and I believed, I hoped, that love would rekindle. That she would see you not as a reminder of what she had lost, but as a child who needed her." He closed his eyes. "I was wrong. And because of my mistake, you suffered for 7 years. You were denied love, denied warmth, denied the most basic human dignities. You were denied the truth about your parents, about your own identity, about your place in this world." Harry's voice was barely audible. "Why are you telling me this?" "Because you deserve the truth," Dumbledore said. "Because I have spent too long believing that protecting you meant hiding things from you. Because your letter," he paused. "Your letter reminded me that children are not empty vessels to be filled with our choices. They are people, whole and complete, with voices that deserve to be heard." He looked at Harry. "I cannot undo the past 7 years. I cannot give you back the childhood you should have had. But I can promise you this, I will never lie to you again. I will never hide from you the truth about yourself or your history. And I will spend the rest of my life trying to earn the trust I have already broken." Harry stared at him. He thought about the cupboard. The hunger. The silence. The long, gray years of being unwanted in a house that never felt like home. He thought about the letter he had written, the hope he had buried beneath the floorboards, the desperate prayer to a God he wasn't sure existed. And he thought about the old man sitting on the edge of his bed, carrying the weight of his own failures, offering the only thing he had left to give. "I don't," Harry stopped. Started again. "I don't know if I can forgive you. I know, Dumbledore said. That is your right, but I don't want to be angry at you either. Dumbledore smiled, a small sad curve of his mouth. That is also your right. Harry looked down at his hot chocolate. The surface had grown a thin skin. He stirred it with his finger, watching the ripples spread. You came, he said. When I wrote the letter, you came. Yes, you didn't have to. You could have sent someone else. You could have ignored it. I could have, Dumbledore agreed. But I have ignored enough letters in my lifetime. Harry looked up. Will you teach me? He asked. About magic. About my parents. About everything I don't know. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Something that might have been surprise, might have been grief, might have been hope. I will teach you, he said. Everything I can. For as long as you want to learn. Harry nodded. He finished his hot chocolate, set the cup on the nightstand, and lay back against his pillow. The quilt was warm. The darkness beyond the window was vast and patient. Good night, Professor, he whispered. Good night, Harry. Dumbledore rose and moved toward the door. His hand paused on the frame. Harry. Yes. You are not your parents, Dumbledore said. You are not the sum of what happened to them, or what happened to you, or what anyone else believes you should be. You are yourself, entirely, completely, wonderfully yourself. And that is more than enough. He closed the door. Harry lay in the darkness, listening to the wind move across the hills. He thought about his mother's smile, frozen in a photograph that was older than he was. He thought about his father's arm around her shoulders, confident and protective. He thought about the old man in the next room, carrying the weight of his own mistakes, trying to make amends. And he thought about the letter he had written, the one that had traveled through darkness and reached an old man's hands, the one that had opened a door he had not even known existed. Somewhere, in the hills beyond the window, an owl called out into the night. Harry closed his eyes. For the first time in 7 years. He was not waiting for morning. He was simply living in it. Chapter 6, The Language of Magic. Weeks passed in the cottage among the hills. Harry learned the rhythm of the place, the way morning light slanted through the kitchen windows, the crackle of the fire as it woke from its embers, the soft hoot of the owl that nested in the eaves. He learned where Dumbledore kept the tea and how to brew it strong enough to satisfy the old wizard's peculiar taste. He learned the names of the instruments that hummed on the shelves, though he did not yet understand their purpose. And he learned about magic. Not wandwork, not yet. Dumbledore was firm on that point. Formal magical education began at 11, with proper instruction and proper supervision. Harry had 4 years to wait. But there was more to magic than spells. There is the history, Dumbledore said, settling into his armchair by the fire. The traditions, the customs, the great families and the great conflicts. There is the theory, how magic flows through the world, how wizards channel it, how it differs from the Muggle understanding of science. There is the language. The language. Dumbledore smiled. Latin, primarily. Though the oldest spells are in more ancient tongues, Sanskrit, Egyptian, even something we believe predates human speech altogether. Wand movements, too, are a kind of language. Intent is perhaps the most important language of all. Harry absorbed this. So I have to learn Latin. You have to learn many things. But we have time. Dumbledore reached for a worn leather volume on the table beside him. This is a primer of basic magical theory, written for young witches and wizards in their first year of study. I thought we might begin here. Harry took the book. It was heavier than it looked, the pages soft with age. Read the first chapter tonight, Dumbledore said. Tomorrow, we discuss. Harry nodded. He read by firelight that night, curled in the armchair Dumbledore had vacated, the book propped against his knees. The words were dense and sometimes confusing. Transfiguration theory, the 3 fundamental laws, the distinction between charms and hexes, but Harry read them twice, 3 times, until the concepts began to take shape in his mind. Magic was not simply will. It was not simply words or wand movements. It was a conversation between the wizard and the world, a negotiation, a relationship. Built on understanding and respect. The wand, the book explained, is a focusing instrument, not a power source. The power comes from within, from the Witcher wizard's innate magical core, their connection to the fundamental forces of creation. The wand shapes that power, directs it, refines it. But the power itself belongs to the wielder. Harry set down the book. He thought about the strange things that had happened at Privet Drive, the shrinking sweater, the glass disappearing from the snake enclosure, the hair that grew back overnight no matter how Aunt Petunia hacked at it. He had never understood those moments. He had only been afraid of them. But the power was his. It had always been his. The lessons continued. History first. The founding of Hogwarts, the four houses and their creators, the 1,000 years of tradition that shaped the modern wizarding world. Harry learned about Godric Gryffindor's courage and Salazar Slytherin's cunning, about Helga Hufflepuff's loyalty and Rowena Ravenclaw's wisdom. He learned about the great wizarding families, the Malfoys, the Weasleys, the Longbottoms, the Potters, and the alliances and rivalries that spanned generations. The Potters, Dumbledore said, were never among the wealthiest or most powerful families. But they were respected. They had a reputation for integrity, for standing up for what was right even when it was costly. Your great-great-grandfather, Henry Potter, served on the Wizengamot and fought against the restrictions on Muggle-born rights. Harry absorbed this. What about my grandmother? My grandfather? Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. Fleamont and Euphemia Potter. They had you late in life. Your father was something of a surprise, born when they had given up hope of children. Fleamont was a potioneer of considerable skill. He invented Sleekeasy's hair potion and made a substantial fortune from it. Euphemia was a gifted enchantress. They doted on your father. What happened to them? Dragon pox, Dumbledore said quietly. They passed before you were born. But they knew about your parents' marriage, and they were overjoyed at the prospect of a grandchild. Your grandmother knitted you a blanket. I believe it is still at Hogwarts, in the vault with your parents' other possessions. Harry was silent. He had a grandmother who knitted blankets. He had a grandfather who invented things. He had a family, not just the names and dates in a history book, but people who had loved and created and hoped for his arrival. He was not alone in the world. He had never been alone. Theory came next. Harry learned about the fundamental properties of magic, its tendency toward balance, its resistance to certain transformations, its peculiar relationship with time. He learned about the unforgivable curses and why they were named that way. He learned about the limitations of magical healing, the dangers of untrained power, the ethical frameworks that governed magical research. He learned, most of all, about the nature of his own scar. The killing curse, Dumbledore said, has never been successfully blocked. It is not a matter of power or skill, the curse simply bypasses all known magical defenses. When Voldemort cast it at you, he expected to kill you instantly. But he didn't. No, he did not. Dumbledore was silent for a moment. The fire crackled between them. Your mother's sacrifice created a protection that Voldemort did not anticipate and could not overcome. Her love, deliberately given, freely chosen, acted as a counter-curse of sorts. It reflected the killing curse back at its caster and anchored itself in your blood. Harry touched his scar. It was warm beneath his fingers. So the protection is still there. In my blood. Yes. As long as you can call Petunia's house your home, the protection will endure. But it is not merely a shield, Harry. It is also a connection. A connection. Dumbledore hesitated. Voldemort's soul was already badly damaged by the time he attacked you. He had committed unspeakable acts, torn himself apart in pursuit of immortality. When the killing curse rebounded, a fragment of that shattered soul broke away and attached itself to the only living thing it could find. Harry's hand dropped from his scar. You're saying, I am saying that part of Voldemort lives inside you. It is the source of your ability to speak Parseltongue, the cause of the pain you feel when he is near, the reason your scar burned when we spoke his name in the courtroom. Harry stared at him. Is that why you didn't want me in the wizarding world? He asked. Because you thought I was dangerous. No, Dumbledore said. I never thought you were dangerous. I thought you might believe you were. I thought the knowledge of what you carried would burden you with guilt and fear and a sense of isolation from your own kind. He leaned forward. You are not Voldemort, Harry. You are not his soul, or his weapon, or his legacy. You are yourself, a boy with his own choices to make, his own path to walk. The fragment inside you gives you no destiny except the one you choose for yourself. Harry looked down at his hands. They were small hands, a child's hands. They had never held a wand, never cast a spell, never done anything more remarkable than write a letter on stolen paper. But they were his hands. And the power inside him, whatever it was, wherever it came from, was his too. What do? He asked. About him. About the piece of him inside me. Dumbledore's expression was very gentle. You live, he said. You grow. You learn. You build a life worth living, filled with people worth loving. You become so completely, irreversibly yourself that the darkness inside you has no room to grow. He paused. And when the time comes, when Voldemort returns, as I believe he will, you face him not as his equal, but as his opposite. Not hatred for hatred, not death for death, but love for everything he has destroyed. Harry did not understand, not fully, but he understood this: he was not alone. He was not cursed. He was not a monster waiting to happen. He was Harry. Just Harry. And that was enough. Practical lessons began in December. Not wandwork, Dumbledore was still firm on that point, but exercises designed to strengthen Harry's connection to his own magic. Meditation in the grey dawn light, focusing on the warmth in his chest until he could feel it pulse like a second heartbeat. Visualization exercises, imagining his magic flowing through his body like water, like light, like the steady rhythm of his breath. And then, one cold morning when frost traced patterns on the windows. Today, Dumbledore said, we attempt something different. He placed a simple wooden bowl on the table between them. It was empty, its surface polished smooth by years of use. I want you to fill this with water. Harry looked at the bowl. At Dumbledore. At the bowl again. I don't have a wand. You don't need one. The wand is a focusing tool, not a prerequisite. Your magic exists whether or not you hold a wand. Reach for it. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the warmth in his chest, the steady pulse he had learned to recognize over weeks of meditation. He reached for it, not with his hands but with his awareness, drawing it up through his body like water rising through sand. He opened his eyes. The bowl was empty. Again, Dumbledore said. Harry tried again, and again, and again. The bowl remained empty. Take a break, Dumbledore said. We will try again. After lunch. Harry pushed back from the table, frustration coiling in his stomach. He understood the theory. He could feel his magic, could sense its presence in his chest like a second heartbeat. But when he tried to direct it, to shape it, to make it do something useful. Nothing. He wandered into the garden. The hills were gray and patient under the winter sky. Frost clung to the heather, sparkling in the thin sunlight. Harry stood at the gate, his breath clouding in the cold air, and tried not to feel like a failure. A bird landed on the fence beside him. It was small and brown, its feathers ruffled against the cold. It tilted its head, regarding him with bright, curious eyes. Harry looked at the bird. He thought about water. He thought about the empty bowl on the table inside. He thought about the warmth in his chest, the magic that refused to obey his commands. Then he stopped thinking. He simply reached. Not with his hands. Not with his mind. With something deeper, something that didn't have words or logic or conscious direction. He reached toward the bird the way he might reach toward a friend, an offering of connection without expectation of return. The bird hopped closer. And from somewhere deep inside Harry, something flowed outward, not water, not light, but a warmth that wrapped around the small creature like a blanket. The bird ruffled its feathers, settled more comfortably on the fence, and chirped softly. Harry pulled back. The bird flew away. He stood at the gate for a long time, his heart pounding, his breath steady. He did not know what he had done. He did not know if it was magic at all. But the bird had come closer. The bird had trusted him. And for now, that was enough. Chapter 7, The Weight of Names. December deepened into the darkest part of the year. The hills wrapped themselves in cloud, and the cottage grew quiet under a blanket of snow. Harry spent his days by the fire, reading and learning and slowly, gradually, learning to exist in a space where his presence was not a burden. Dumbledore received owls. They came at all hours, swooping through the specially enchanted window in the kitchen, bearing letters sealed with every color of wax. Some Dumbledore read immediately, his expression shifting between concern and amusement. Others he set aside for later, stacking them in neat piles on his desk. Harry did not ask what the letters contained. He had learned, in the Dursleys' house, that questions were not always welcome. But one evening, as the fire burned low and the wind moaned around the cottage walls, Dumbledore set down his pen and looked at Harry with an expression of careful neutrality. "You have received a letter," he said. Harry looked up from his book. It is from the Ministry, Dumbledore continued. Specifically, from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement's Family Services Division. They have completed their investigation into your situation at Privet Drive. He held out the parchment. Harry took it. His hands were steady. The letter was formal, dense with bureaucratic language he had learned to navigate over the past weeks. But the meaning was clear. The Dursleys had been formally charged with child neglect and abuse. A trial date had been set for January. Harry's testimony would be required. And beneath that, almost as an afterthought, the respondents have requested that their son, Dudley Dursley, not be named in any public proceedings regarding this matter. This request has been granted. Asterisk. Harry read the sentence twice. Dudley. The name conjured a flood of memories, the weight of his cousin's fists, the sharp satisfaction of Dudley's scream when Harry's accidental magic had made his school uniform shrink, the endless parade of birthdays and Christmases where Harry watched from the doorway while Dudley received everything he would never have. Dudley had been the instrument of Harry's suffering, not its architect. At 7 years old, Dudley was already learning the language of cruelty from his parents, but he was still a child. Still capable, perhaps, of becoming something else. Harry set down the letter. "Do I have to testify?" he asked. "It is your right to refuse," Dumbledore said. "The evidence against the Dursleys is substantial. Your testimony is not strictly necessary for conviction." Harry was quiet for a long moment. "I don't want to see them again," he said. "Any of them. That is entirely understandable." "But," Harry hesitated. "Dudley. He's only 7. He didn't choose any of this." Dumbledore said nothing. "I don't want to hurt him," Harry said. "I don't want to be the reason something bad happens to him. Even if he was horrible to me." He looked down at his hands. "I just want to forget them. All of them." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Then that is what you shall do. I will inform the Ministry that you do not wish to participate in the trial. Your testimony from the custody hearing will be sufficient." Harry nodded. He folded the letter carefully and placed it on the table between them. The fire popped and settled, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. "Professor," Harry said. "Yes. Did you ever hate someone? Someone who hurt you?" Dumbledore was silent for a long time. When he spoke, his voice was very quiet. "Yes," he said. "I have hated." He paused. "When I was young, younger than you are now, I made a choice. I chose power over responsibility. I chose ambition over love. And someone I cared for deeply paid the price for my mistakes." Harry waited. "My sister," Dumbledore said. "Ariana. She was injured when she was a child, an attack by Muggle boys who saw her doing magic and were frightened by what they did not understand. The damage was profound. She never fully recovered." His voice was steady, but his hands had stilled on his desk. "Our father was sent to Azkaban for retaliating against her attackers. Our mother raised Ariana alone until she died, and then the care of my sister fell to me and my brother. But I was not ready. I was not willing. I had plans, ambitions, a future I had already written in my mind. And Ariana did not fit into those plans." He looked at the fire. "When Grindelwald came into my life, when he offered me power and purpose and the chance to reshape the world according to my vision, I embraced him. I believed his rhetoric about the greater good. I convinced myself that Ariana's needs could wait, that my duty to her was secondary to my duty to the wizarding world." He paused. "And then, in a confrontation with my brother, something happened. A spell went awry. Ariana." He could not finish. Harry sat very still. The fire crackled. The wind mourned beyond the walls. "I have spent the rest of my life trying to atone," Dumbledore said. "Not because I believe atonement is possible. Some debts cannot be repaid. But because the alternative, to stop trying, to accept that I am beyond redemption, would be a betrayal of everything Ariana lived for and everything she deserved." He looked at Harry. "So yes, I have hated Grindelwald for what he made me become. I have hated myself for what I chose to be. And I have learned, slowly and painfully, that hatred is a poison that harms the one who carries it far more than the one it is directed against." Harry absorbed this. "Did you stop hating, eventually?" "No," Dumbledore said. "But I learned to carry it differently. I learned to acknowledge it without being consumed by it. I learned to choose, every day, to act out of love. Rather than anger. Not because the anger disappeared, but because I refused to let it be my master." He smiled, a small sad curve of his mouth. It is not a lesson I learned quickly or easily. It is not a lesson I have finished learning. But it is, I believe, the most important lesson of all. Harry thought about Dudley. About the weight of his cousin's fists, the satisfaction of accidental revenge, the complicated knot of anger and pity and something like forgiveness that he could not yet name. He thought about the letter he had written, the one that had changed everything. He thought about his mother, standing between him and death, refusing to step aside. Love is more powerful than any dark magic ever devised. I don't want to hate them, Harry said. I just want them to leave me alone. That, Dumbledore said, is a perfectly reasonable desire. And one I believe will be fulfilled. He paused. But Harry, forgiving someone does not mean allowing them to hurt you again. It does not mean pretending the hurt never happened. It means releasing yourself from the burden of carrying that hurt, so you can move forward without its weight. Harry nodded slowly. He did not understand forgiveness. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. But he understood the idea of setting down a burden, of walking away from something that had been heavy for too long. He looked at the letter on the table, with its formal language and its careful phrasing, and he made a choice. I don't want to see them, he said again. But I don't want them to suffer, either. Not forever. Just long enough to understand what they did. Dumbledore inclined his head. That, he said, is more than many adults ever achieve. Harry picked up his book and returned to reading. But the weight in his chest had shifted, not lighter, exactly, but differently distributed. As if he had set down something he had been carrying for so long he had forgotten it was there. Outside, the snow continued to fall. Chapter 8, The Winter Solstice. The shortest day of the year arrived wrapped in cloud. Harry woke to darkness and the sound of wind. The cottage creaked around him, settling into its bones, and for a moment he forgot where he was, forgot the soft bed and the warm quilt, forgot the absence of locks and the presence of hope. Then the fire in the main room crackled, and he remembered. He dressed quickly and padded out to find Dumbledore already awake, standing at the kitchen window with a cup of tea in his hands. The hills beyond were invisible, swallowed by gray. Today is the solstice, Dumbledore said without turning. The longest night of the year. Many cultures mark it with celebration, bonfires, feasting, the lighting of candles to welcome the returning sun. Harry joined him at the window. Is that what we're doing? In a manner of speaking. Dumbledore set down his tea. I thought we might try something different today. Something practical. Harry's heart quickened. Dumbledore moved to the small cupboard by the hearth and withdrew a wooden box, its surface carved with symbols Harry did not recognize. He set it on the table and opened the lid. Inside, nestled in velvet, lay a wand. It was not new. The wood was dark with age, the handle worn smooth by years of handling. But it hummed with a quiet power that Harry could feel even from across the room. This wand belonged to your mother, Dumbledore said. I retrieved it from Godric's Hollow after her death. It has waited 11 years for this moment. Harry stared at the wand. It was so small, so ordinary. A slender length of wood, 11 inches, willow and something else he could not identify. And yet his mother had held it, had channeled her magic through it, had used it to defend him on the night she died. May I? His voice caught. May I touch it? It is yours now, Dumbledore said. By right of inheritance and by the wand's own choice. It has accepted no other wielder since your mother. Harry reached out. His fingers closed around the handle. The wand warmed instantly, responding to his touch with a pulse of energy that traveled up his arm and settled in his chest. For a moment, just a moment, he felt his mother's presence, not as a memory or a photograph but as something immediate and real. Then the feeling faded, leaving only the solid weight of wood in his hand. Willow, Dumbledore said quietly. 11 inches. The core is unicorn hair, a difficult wood to match with a temperamental core, but your mother was a witch of remarkable adaptability. Willow is associated with healing, with intuition, with the hidden depths beneath calm surfaces. Harry looked at the wand. Can I try something? Something simple. Dumbledore smiled. I thought you would never ask. They began with the simplest spell of all, Lumos. Harry pointed the wand at the ceiling and said the word. Nothing happened. Again, Dumbledore said. Harry tried again, and again, and again. The wand remained dark. You are forcing, Dumbledore said. You are trying to command the magic, to impose your will upon it. That is not how Willow responds. Willow needs invitation, not instruction. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the bird in the garden, the warmth that had flowed from him without conscious direction. He thought about his mother, adaptable and intuitive, working with her wand rather than against it. He opened his eyes. He did not say the word. He simply held the wand and imagined light, not as a demand, but as a request. A conversation between himself and the magic. The tip of the wand bloomed silver. It was faint, no brighter than a candle flame. But it was steady. It was his. Harry looked at Dumbledore, and Dumbledore was smiling. "Well done," he said. "Well done indeed." Harry extinguished the light with a thought. The wand settled in his hand, warm and content. "Will I be able to do other spells?" he asked. "Before Hogwarts. You will be able to learn the theory," Dumbledore said. "The wand movements, the incantations, the principles behind each charm. But actual spellcasting, particularly with a wand that is not yet formally yours, should wait until you have proper instruction." He paused. "However, there is no reason you cannot continue the exercises we have begun. Your connection to your own magic is growing stronger every day. By the time you reach Hogwarts, you will have a foundation most first years lack entirely." Harry nodded. He looked at the wand in his hand, his mother's wand, now his wand, and felt something shift inside him. He was a wizard. He had always been a wizard. But now, for the first time, he believed it. The solstice night was the longest Harry had ever experienced. Dumbledore built up the fire until it roared in the hearth. He prepared a meal more elaborate than usual, roast chicken and potatoes and vegetables glazed with honey, followed by a pudding that steamed and smelled of brandy and spices. They ate together at the small table, the wind howling beyond the walls, and Harry felt something he could not immediately identify. It took him most of the meal to recognize it. He was happy. Not the absence of unhappiness, which was all he had ever known at Privet Drive. Not the brief relief of escaping punishment, the fragile safety of not being noticed. This was something active and present, a warmth that had nothing to do with the fire and everything to do with the man sitting across from him, cutting his roast chicken into careful pieces and asking Harry's opinion on the relative merits of different magical theories. "Professor," Harry said, setting down his fork. Dumbledore looked up. "Thank you," Harry said. For everything. The cottage. The lessons. The wand. For coming to get me." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "You are welcome," he said. "But I did not do this for your gratitude. I did it because it was right. Because you deserved better than what you received, and because I am tired, so tired, of watching good people suffer while those with power do nothing." He smiled. "Also," he added, "you are surprisingly good company for a 7-year-old. Most children your age have not yet learned the value of comfortable silence." Harry felt his face warm. "Now," Dumbledore said, rising from his chair, "I believe the solstice requires a proper fire. Not this tame, domesticated creature in the hearth, a real fire. One that reaches toward the sky." He led Harry outside. The night was cold and clear, the clouds finally broken. Stars crowded the sky in numbers Harry had never imagined possible, spilling across the darkness like milk across a table. The hills stretched away on all sides, silver under starlight. Dumbledore raised his wand, his own wand, a long, elegant instrument that Harry had never seen him use, and spoke a single word. Fire erupted from the ground. It was not a chaotic blaze but a controlled column of flame, rising 20 feet into the air, golden blue and silver. It cast no heat, but Harry felt its warmth anyway, the warmth of celebration, of continuity, of ancient traditions reaching across centuries. "Fire," Dumbledore said, "is the element of transformation. It consumes, yes, but it also purifies. It reduces old forms to ash and makes space for new growth." He looked at Harry. "Tonight, we burn away the old year. We release what we no longer need, grief, anger, fear, and we welcome the returning light." "What would you release, Harry?" Harry stared into the flames. He thought about the cupboard. The hunger. The silence. The names the Dursleys had called him, the bruises that had healed but never quite disappeared. The years of believing he was worthless, unwanted, unworthy of love. He thought about his mother, standing between him and death. He thought about the letter he had written, the hope he had buried beneath the floorboards. "I release the belief that I don't deserve good things," he said quietly. "I release the fear that everyone who cares about me will leave. I release the anger that I've been carrying, even if I don't know how to let it go completely." He paused. "And I release the Dursleys. Not from what they did, but from being the center of my story. I don't want them to be the most important thing about me anymore." Dumbledore nodded. The fire leapt higher, as if in response. "Now," Dumbledore said, "we welcome the returning light." He raised his wand again, and a beam of pure silver shot upward from the flames, piercing the darkness and scattering the stars. For a moment, just a moment, the night became day, brilliant and warm and full of promise. Then the light faded, and the fire settled into a gentle, steady blaze. The solstice had turned. Harry slept deeply that night, without dreams. When he woke, gray dawn was creeping through his window. The fire in the main room had burned low, and Dumbledore was sitting in his armchair, reading a letter that steamed faintly in the cold air. "Good morning," Dumbledore said. "The owls have been busy. It seems the Ministry has reached a decision regarding the Dursleys." Harry sat up, pulling the quilt around his shoulders. "They've been convicted. Sentencing is scheduled for February. But the Ministry has issued an interim order. Petunia and Vernon Dursley are to undergo mandatory magical sensitivity training, and Dudley Dursley has been placed on a watch list. If any further incidents of neglect or abuse occur, he will be removed from his parents' custody." Harry absorbed this. Will they go to Azkaban? No. Child neglect, even severe neglect, is not typically punished with imprisonment. They will face fines, community service, and ongoing supervision. Their names will be added to the registry of unfit guardians, which will prevent them from ever fostering or adopting another child. Harry nodded slowly. "Is that enough?" he asked. "After everything they did." Dumbledore considered the question. "It is enough to prevent them from harming another child. It is enough to hold them accountable for their choices. Whether it is enough to change them, to make them confront what they did and why they did it, that is not something the Ministry can mandate. That is work they must do themselves." He paused. "Some people choose not to do that work. They prefer the comfort of their own narratives, the reassurance of their own righteousness. If the Dursleys are such people, no punishment will change them. But that is not your concern." Harry looked down at his hands. "No," he said. "It's not." He looked up at Dumbledore. "What happens now? With me, I mean. You said my placement with you was temporary. What happens when the Ministry finds a permanent guardian?" Dumbledore's expression shifted, something flickering in his eyes that Harry could not quite read. "That," he said, "is a conversation for another day. Today, I thought we might begin work on the theoretical foundations of transfiguration. I have a very old textbook that I believe you will find challenging but rewarding." Harry recognized the change of subject for what it was. But he did not push. Instead, he settled into his armchair by the fire, accepted the heavy book Dumbledore handed him, and began to read. Outside, the sun continued its slow return. The days would grow longer now. Chapter 9, The Weight of Inheritance. January brought snow and silence. The cottage settled deeper into its hillside, and Harry settled deeper into his new life. His days took on a comfortable rhythm: morning lessons with Dumbledore, afternoon reading by the fire, evening conversations that ranged from magical theory to Muggle astronomy to the proper way to brew tea. He did not forget the Dursleys. But they became smaller, more distant, like figures viewed through the wrong end of a telescope. Still there, still present in the periphery of his awareness, but no longer dominating his field of vision. He thought about his parents more. The photograph from the Hogwarts yearbook remained on his nightstand, propped against a lamp. He looked at it every night before sleep, tracing the outlines of his mother's smile and his father's messy hair. They were frozen in a moment of happiness, unaware of the darkness gathering on the horizon. Sometimes Harry tried to imagine what they would think of him. Would they be proud? Disappointed? Would they recognize the child they had died to protect, or would they see a stranger wearing their son's face? He didn't know. He didn't know anything about them, really, not who they were as people, not what they had hoped for his future, not whether they would have approved of the choices he was making now. Dumbledore answered what questions he could. But there were limits to even his knowledge, and some questions: what was my mother's favorite color? What song did my father hum when he thought no one was listening? Did they argue about what to name me, or did they know from the beginning, were lost to time? Harry learned to live with uncertainty. It was, he discovered, not so different from living with certainty. Both required accepting things he could not change. Both required finding a way forward despite the gaps in his understanding. But uncertainty left room for hope. And Harry was beginning to understand the value of hope. The letter arrived on a gray afternoon in mid-January. Harry was practicing his meditation, eyes closed, breath steady, magic pulsing gently in his chest, when the owl tapped at the window. He opened his eyes to find a large tawny owl regarding him with evident impatience, a thick parchment envelope clutched in its talons. Harry opened the window. The owl dropped the envelope on the table, fixed him with a look that clearly communicated about time, and departed into the snow. Harry picked up the envelope. It was heavy. Not physically, the parchment was thick, but no heavier than any other letter, but somehow the weight of it pressed against his palms, demanding attention. His name was written across the front in elegant, flowing script. Harry James Potter. *C.O. Professor A. Dumbledore. The Cottage. Hogsmeade Valley. Scotland. He recognized the handwriting. Dumbledore received dozens of letters each day, and Harry had become familiar with the distinctive loops and flourishes of his correspondence. But this letter was not addressed to Dumbledore. It was addressed to Harry. He broke the seal. Dear Harry, my name is Augusta Longbottom. You do not know me, but I knew your parents. Your father and my grandson, Neville, were close friends at Hogwarts. Your mother and I met only once, but she made a lasting impression. I am writing to you because I believe you deserve to know something that the ministry has not seen fit to tell you. Your parents left a will. I was present at its reading, 11 years ago. Your father had named me as one of the executors, a responsibility I accepted with honor. But the will was never executed. The ministry intervened, citing concerns about your safety and the security of the Potter estate. The contents of the vault at Gringotts were placed under seal, and the will itself was classified. I have spent 11 years fighting this decision. I am writing to tell you that I have finally succeeded. Your parents' will has been unsealed. The contents of the Potter vault have been released to your guardians. And the ministry has acknowledged, grudgingly, that you have the right to know what your parents wished for you. I do not know what the will contains. I was not permitted to read it. But I believe you should have the opportunity to learn for yourself. If you wish to discuss this further, I am available at your convenience. My owl will find me. Yours in service, Augusta Longbottom. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and placed it on the table. His hands were shaking. Dumbledore read the letter in silence. When he finished, he set it down and looked at Harry with an expression Harry could not read. I should have told you, Dumbledore said. About the will, about the vault, about everything the ministry suppressed. I should have told you years ago. Why didn't you? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. Because I agreed with them, he said. At first, I believed that keeping the Potter estate sealed would protect you from those who would exploit your inheritance. I believed that waiting until you were older, until you could understand the weight of what your parents left behind, was the kinder choice. He paused. And then the years passed, and what began as protection became habit. I stopped questioning the decision. I stopped thinking about what your parents would have wanted. He looked at Harry. I am sorry. That is not an excuse. It is simply the truth. Harry absorbed this. What do I do now? He asked. The will, I want to read it. I want to know what they said. Then you shall, Dumbledore said. I will contact Augusta Longbottom and arrange for a formal reading. It will take a few days to coordinate with Gringotts and the ministry, but it can be done. He paused. Harry, whatever the will contains, whatever your parents wished for you, remember that they did not know the circumstances of your upbringing. They made their choices based on the world as they knew it, not as it became. If their wishes seem difficult to reconcile with your life now, that is not a reflection on you. Harry nodded. But inside, something was shifting. His parents had left a will. They had thought about the future, had made plans for a life they would not live to see. They had considered what would happen to their son, their home, their legacy. They had not expected to die. But they had prepared for the possibility anyway. And somewhere, in a vault deep beneath London, their final words waited for him. The Gringotts lobby was overwhelming. Harry had seen pictures in the books Dumbledore had given him, the marble halls, the chandeliers, the goblins in their tailored suits, but the reality was something else entirely. The scale of it pressed down on him, immense and ancient and utterly indifferent to his presence. The goblin who met them was named Griphook. He was smaller than Harry expected, with long fingers and a sharp, intelligent face. His eyes, when they fixed on Harry, held a calculating gleam. "Harry Potter," he said. "You have grown." Harry didn't know how to respond to that. He nodded. Griphook's mouth curved into something that might have been a smile. "Follow me." They descended into the earth. The cart that carried them through the tunnels moved at a speed Harry could not comprehend. The darkness pressed against his eyes, broken only by occasional flashes of torchlight that revealed vault doors of every size and material. The cart lurched and swayed, and Harry clung to the edge of his seat and tried not to be sick. Finally, they stopped. Griphook dismounted and approached a vault door that gleamed with the dull sheen of ancient gold. He traced his fingers across its surface, murmuring in a language Harry did not recognize, and the door swung open without a sound. "The Potter Vault," Griphook said. "You have 1 hour." Harry stepped inside. The vault was not what he expected. He had imagined piles of gold, mountains of coins spilling across the floor. There was gold, more than Harry had ever seen, stacked in neat columns along the walls, but it was orderly, organized, almost mundane. Beside it stood shelves of documents, portfolios, leather-bound ledgers. And in the center of the vault, on a simple wooden pedestal, lay a single envelope. Harry approached it. His name was written across the front in handwriting he recognized from the photograph on his nightstand. His mother's handwriting. For Harry. When he is ready. Harry picked up the envelope. It was light. Almost empty. Whatever his parents had left him, it was not measured in gold or property or magical artifacts. He broke the seal. "My darling Harry, if you are reading this, I am gone. Your father is gone, and you are alone in a world that will try to define you without us. I don't know how old you are. I don't know what you look like, or what kind of person you've become, or whether you even remember my voice. I hope you don't. I hope the sound of me singing you to sleep has faded into something softer than memory. I hope you have been loved, and fed, and held. I hope someone told you stories about us, and that those stories made you proud. But hope is not certainty. And so I write this letter, not knowing if you will ever read it, not knowing if the future I imagine will ever come to pass. I write it anyway. Your father wanted to name you after his grandfather, Henry, he said, solid and respectable, a name that would serve you well in the Muggle world if you chose to walk in it. But I held you in my arms and looked at your face, and I knew you were not Henry. You were Harry, small and fierce and utterly yourself, from the moment you drew your first breath. You have my eyes, your father's hair, but the rest of you, the shape of your soul, the choices you will make, the person you will become, that is yours alone. I wish I could be there to see it. I wish I could watch you grow, and learn, and stumble, and rise. I wish I could hold you when you are sad and celebrate with you when you are glad. I wish I could tell you, every day, that you are loved, not for what you do or what you become, but simply for existing. Since I cannot, I will tell you now. You are loved, Harry. You were loved before you were born, and you will be loved long after I am gone. Your father and I loved you from the moment we knew you existed. Our parents loved us, and we loved them, and that chain of love stretches back through generations you will never meet. It does not break. It does not weaken. It simply continues. I don't know what challenges you will face. I don't know what darkness awaits you, or what light you will find to counter it. But I know this, you are stronger than you know. Not because of your magic, or your scar, or any of the other things the world will tell you define your worth. You are strong because you are kind. You are strong because you persevere. You are strong because you love, and because you allow yourself to be loved in return. Never let anyone convince you that love is weakness. It is the greatest strength of all. Your father is calling me from the other room. Something about dinner, and a cauldron that should not be smoking, and his complete inability to follow a recipe. I should go rescue our kitchen, and perhaps our marriage. But before I go, remember that you are a Potter. That name carries weight, but it also carries responsibility. We have always tried to use our privilege to help those without it. We have always tried to stand against cruelty, even when it was costly. We have always tried to remember that power without compassion is merely tyranny. Asterisk. I hope you will continue that tradition. Asterisk. I hope you will be brave, and kind, and true. I hope you will find people who love you as we loved you. I hope you will build a life worth living, and fill it with moments worth remembering. Asterisk. And I hope you will forgive us for leaving you. Asterisk. With all my love, Mum. Harry lowered the letter. His hands were steady. His breathing was calm, but something inside him had shifted, rearranged itself into a new configuration he did not yet understand. His mother had written him a letter. Not a legal document, not a formal bequest, not a careful arrangement of property and titles. A letter. Words from her heart to his, reaching across the impossible distance between death and life. She had loved him. She had always loved him. And that love, written in ink on parchment, was more valuable than all the gold and gringotts. He read the letter again that night, in the warmth of Dumbledore's cottage. And again the next morning. And again the day after that. Each time, the words settled deeper into his chest. Each time, the weight of them became easier to carry. His mother's voice, he could almost hear it now, not as memory but as imagination, the cadence and rhythm of a woman he had never known but was beginning to understand. His father had also left a letter. It was shorter, less polished, the handwriting cramped and hurried as if James Potter had sat down to write and found himself overwhelmed by the magnitude of the task. Harry, your mum is the writer in the family. I'm better with a wand than a quill. But she said I should leave you something too, so here it is. I was rubbish at school. Not the magic part, that came easily. But the rest of it. The politics, the expectations, the weight of a name I hadn't earned yet. My dad was a great man, and everyone expected me to be just like him. Asterisk. I wasn't. I was arrogant and reckless and I made a lot of mistakes. I hurt people I cared about. I said things I didn't mean. I thought I knew everything, and I knew nothing. Asterisk. And then I met your mum. Asterisk. She didn't care about my name or my family or my Quidditch trophies. She didn't care about any of the things I thought made me worth knowing. She looked at me, really looked, and she saw someone who needed to grow up. Asterisk. So I did. Asterisk. Not overnight, not easily, but she made me want to be better. She made me believe I could be better. And when you were born, I looked at your tiny face and I thought, I want this boy to know me. Not the arrogant boy I was, but the man I'm trying to become. Asterisk. I hope I had time to become that man. I hope you knew him, even for a little while. I hope you remember my voice, my laugh, the way I held you when you cried. Asterisk. But if you don't, if all you have is this letter, then know this. I tried. Every day, I tried to be worthy of your mother's love and your existence. I didn't always succeed, but I never stopped trying. Asterisk. That's what I want for you, Harry. Not success, success is easy. Not power, power corrupts. But the willingness to try. The courage to fail and keep going. The stubborn, stupid refusal to give up on yourself or the people you love. Asterisk. Your mum thinks you'll be kind. She's probably right, she's always right. But I think you'll also be fierce. I think you'll fight for what matters, even when it's hard. I think you'll make mistakes and learn from them and become something none of us could have predicted. Asterisk. I think you'll be brilliant. Asterisk. And I wish, God, I wish I could be there to see it. Asterisk. Be good to your mum. She deserves the world, and I hope you get to give it to her. Asterisk. If not, if we're both gone, be good to yourself. That's what she would want most of all. Asterisk. Dad. Harry folded the letter carefully and placed it beside his mother's. He had two parents now. Not photographs, not memories, not stories told by strangers. Two people who had loved him and hoped for him and written down their hopes before they died. He was still an orphan. But he was no longer alone. Chapter 10, The Visit from Gran. Augusta Longbottom arrived on a Saturday. Harry knew she was coming. Dumbledore had informed him 3 days prior, with the careful neutrality he adopted when discussing matters of potential emotional weight, but knowing and experiencing were different things. The knock came at noon. Harry opened the door. The woman on the threshold was not what he expected. He had imagined someone like Aunt Petunia, pinched, disapproving, radiating quiet judgment. Augusta Longbottom was none of these things. She was formidable. Her robes were dark green, immaculately pressed. Her hat, a truly astonishing construction of feathers and netting and what appeared to be a stuffed vulture, perched on her iron-gray curls like a predator surveying its territory. Her face was weathered and lined, but her eyes were sharp as flint. She looked at Harry. Harry looked at her. "So," she said, "you're Lily's boy." Her voice was not unkind. It was simply, direct. "Yes," Harry said. Augusta nodded once. Then she swept past him into the cottage, her cane tapping against the floorboards with each step. Dumbledore rose from his chair. "Augusta, thank you for coming. I said I would." She settled herself in the armchair opposite Dumbledore's, arranging her robes with precise, economical movements. "I don't make promises I don't keep." Her gaze returned to Harry. "Sit down, boy. You're making the room nervous." Harry sat. Augusta studied him for a long moment. Her expression was unreadable, but something in her eyes shifted, softened, perhaps. It was difficult to tell. "You look like James," she said. "Same hair. Same tendency to stand like you're about to bolt." A pause. "But you've got Lily's eyes." "That's good. The world needs fewer reckless Potters and more sensible Evanses." Harry didn't know what to say to that. "Neville speaks of you," Augusta continued. "Or rather, he spoke of the legend, the boy who lived, the child who defeated you know who. He didn't know you were a real person until I told him." She paused. "He wants to meet you. When you're ready." Harry's throat tightened. Yes, I'd like that." Augusta nodded once, as if he had passed some unspoken test. "Now," she said, "we have business to discuss. Your parents' will has been unsealed, and the contents of their vault are now available to you. But there are decisions to be made, decisions that require your input, however young you may be." She reached into her robes and withdrew a sheaf of parchment. "I have here a summary of the Potter estate. You needn't understand all of it now, but you should know the broad strokes." She began to read. The Potter family, Harry learned, was not as wealthy as the Malfoys or the Blacks, but they were comfortably well off. His grandfather's invention, Sleekeazy's hair potion, continued to generate substantial royalties. There were properties, Godric's Hollow, which had remained empty since his parents' deaths, and several investment holdings Harry barely understood. There were artifacts, books, and a collection of James Potter's Quidditch memorabilia that Augusta clearly considered frivolous but potentially valuable. And there was a trust. "Your parents established this trust shortly after your birth," Augusta said. "It was designed to provide for your education, your living expenses, and any other needs that might arise during your minority. The ministry's seizure prevented you from accessing these funds, but that seizure has now been reversed." She looked at Harry. "You are, for all practical purposes, a wealthy young man." Harry absorbed this. He thought about the cupboard. The hunger. The years of wearing Dudley's cast-offs and eating the Dursleys' leftovers. He thought about the letter he had written, the hope that had carried him through 17 days of silence. He stopped. Started again. "I don't know what to do with money." Augusta's expression flickered, something that might have been approval. "Good," she said. "That means you're less likely to waste it. We'll arrange for a financial advisor, someone trustworthy. Gringotts can recommend several." She paused. "But there is something else. Something the ministry did not include in their summary." She set down the parchment. "Your parents left you a property that is not listed in the official estate documents. It was held separately, through a private trust, and its existence was known only to a handful of people." Harry leaned forward. "It's called Potter Cottage," Augusta said. "It's in the hills above Godric's Hollow, not the house where they died, but a smaller property that belonged to James's grandmother. She left it to him with specific instructions. It was to be kept secret, a refuge if one was ever needed." She paused. "Your father used it as a retreat during his Hogwarts years. He and your mother stayed there. Sometimes, when they wanted to escape the pressures of the wizarding world. It's modest, 3 rooms, no flow connection, minimal enchantments. But it's yours." Harry didn't know what to say. "The key," Augusta said, "is at Gringotts. It will be delivered to you when you're ready to receive it." She looked at him with those sharp, assessing eyes. "I don't know if you'll ever want to visit it." Some places hold too much memory. But I thought you should know it exists. Harry nodded slowly. Thank you, he said. For telling me. For fighting the ministry all these years. Augusta was quiet for a moment. Your father, she said, was a reckless, arrogant boy who grew into a decent man. Your mother was one of the bravest people I ever met. They deserved better than what they received. She paused. And so do you. Augusta stayed for tea. It was, Harry discovered, a complicated ritual. The tea had to be precisely brewed, 3 minutes, no more, no less, and served in the specific cups Dumbledore produced from a cabinet Harry had never noticed. Augusta added exactly 1 sugar cube and stirred counterclockwise. Dumbledore added milk first, then tea, which Augusta clearly considered a personal failing. They discussed the Wizengame's upcoming session. They discussed the latest research into dragon blood's medicinal properties. They discussed, at some length, the declining standards of Quidditch commentary. Harry listened. He was not included in the conversation, but he was not excluded either. His presence was acknowledged, his attention noted. When Augusta asked his opinion on the use of phoenix feathers in wand cores, he answered honestly, and she listened to his response without interruption. The boy has sense, she said to Dumbledore. More than I expected. Harry wasn't sure if that was a compliment. But he thought it might be. Augusta departed at dusk, her cane tapping a steady rhythm as she walked to the apparition point beyond the garden gate. She did not look back. Harry stood at the window, watching her go. She likes you, Dumbledore said. She has a funny way of showing it. She has had a difficult life. Her husband died shortly after their son was born. Her son and his wife were tortured into insanity when Neville was 16 months old. She has raised her grandson alone, under the shadow of expectations neither of them chose. Dumbledore paused. She expresses affection through action, not words. Through the battles she fights and the promises she keeps. Today, she fought a battle for you. Harry was quiet. She gave me a house, he said. A house I didn't know existed. She gave you a choice, Dumbledore corrected. Whether you visit that house, whether you claim it is yours, whether you fill it with new memories or leave it to the silence, that is your decision. She simply ensured you had the option. Harry looked at the garden, gray and patient under the fading light. I don't know if I want to go there, he said. Godric's Hollow. It's where they died. Yes. But it's also where they lived. Dumbledore said nothing. I think, Harry paused, searching for words. I think I want to see it. Not now. Maybe not for a long time. But someday. I want to see where they were happy. That, Dumbledore said, is a good reason to go. Harry nodded. He turned from the window and went to his room, where his parents' letters waited on the nightstand. He read them again that night. And for the first time, he let himself imagine a future where he visited their home. Not as a pilgrim visiting a shrine, but as a son returning to the place his family had loved. It was a good future to imagine. Chapter 11, The Education of Harry Potter. Spring came slowly to the hills. The snow melted in fits and starts, retreating from the lower slopes while clinging stubbornly to the peaks. Green pushed through the brown heather, tentative at first, then with increasing confidence. Birds returned to the garden, building nests in the eaves and arguing over territory. Harry turned 8. Dumbledore baked a cake, lopsided, over-iced, and absolutely perfect. They ate it together at the small kitchen table, and Harry felt something he could not name settle into his chest like a stone dropped in still water. He was 8 years old. He had spent 7 of those years in a cupboard, believing he was worthless. He had spent the last 8 months learning that he was wrong. I don't know what I want for my birthday, he admitted, setting down his fork. I've never had one before. Dumbledore's expression flickered, grief, quickly suppressed. Then we shall have to establish traditions. What do you enjoy? Harry thought about it. Reading, he said. And the exercises you've been teaching me. And learning about my parents. Then your gift, Dumbledore said, is more of the same. I have several books I believe you will find engaging. And I thought we might begin work on a more advanced magical theory, the principles of ward construction and maintenance. Harry's eyes widened. Really? You have the foundation now. It is time to build upon it. The lessons intensified. Harry learned about wards, the complex web of enchantments that protected homes, institutions, and individuals from magical threats. He learned about the fundamental principles of layering and resonance, about the dangers of overwarding and the importance of regular maintenance. He learned that his parents' home in Godric's Hollow had been protected by wards so powerful they had taken 3 Aurors and a curse breaker an entire day to dismantle. He learned about blood magic, the ancient, primal branch of the art that operated on the connections between family members. He learned about the protection his mother had created, the way it anchored itself in Petunia's blood and required his annual return to Privet Drive to maintain. "Wait," Harry said. "I have to go back. Every year." Dumbledore hesitated. "The protection requires that you are able to call Petunia's house your home. It does not require that you live there. A single day, once a year, is sufficient to maintain the connection." Harry's stomach tightened. "I don't want to see them." "I know. Can't I just send a letter? Or have someone else go?" "The magic is specific, Harry. It requires your presence. Your willing presence." Harry was silent. "We will find a way to make it bearable," Dumbledore said. "A few hours, once a year. You need not speak to them, need not interact beyond the minimum required to cross the threshold. But cross it you must." Harry nodded slowly. He did not want to think about Privet Drive. He did not want to think about the cupboard, or the hunger, or the years of silence. But the protection was his mother's gift, her final act of love, and he could not refuse it without refusing her. "I'll do it," he said. "But not for longer than I have to." "That," Dumbledore said, "is entirely reasonable." Summer arrived in a blaze of green. The hills were alive with color, purple heather, yellow gorse, the deep green of ancient pines. Harry spent his days outdoors whenever possible, exploring the valleys and ridges with a growing sense of freedom. The cottage was no longer his refuge, it was his home. He wrote to Neville Longbottom. It was a short letter, awkward and uncertain. He introduced himself, thanked Augusta for her help, and expressed tentative interest in meeting. He sealed it before he could second-guess himself and gave it to the owl that nested in the eaves. The reply came 3 days later. "Dear Harry, Gran said I should write back. She said it was rude to leave letters unanswered. But I wanted to write anyway, even if I'm not very good at it. I don't have many friends. Gran says I'm too shy and I need to be braver. But I don't know how to be brave. I'm scared of everything, my Gran, my toad, the portrait of my parents in the sitting room. I'm scared I'll never be good enough to live up to their names. You're famous. Everyone knows who you are. But Gran says you're just a boy, like me. She says you were treated badly by the people who were supposed to take care of you, and that's why you live with Professor Dumbledore now. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'd like to meet you. Maybe we could be friends. I don't have a lot of practice at being a friend, but I could try. Yours, Neville." Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he sat down at his desk and wrote back. Chapter 12, The Summer of Letters. The correspondence grew. Harry wrote to Neville about the cottage and the hills and the lessons with Dumbledore. He wrote about his parents, cautiously at first, then with increasing openness. He wrote about the letters they had left him, and the house in Godric's Hollow he had not yet visited, and the complicated tangle of grief and love and curiosity that seemed to grow more complex with each passing day. Neville wrote back. He wrote about Hogwarts, which he had visited once with his grandmother. He wrote about his parents, who lived at St. Mungo's and did not recognize him when he visited. He wrote about his terror of his great-aunt Algie, who had spent Neville's childhood dangling him from windows and dropping him in lakes to force his magic to manifest. Gran says he meant well, Neville wrote. But I don't think meaning well makes it okay to be scared all the time. Harry thought about the Dursleys. No, he wrote back. It doesn't. Other letters arrived. A girl named Hermione Granger wrote from London, her handwriting neat and precise, asking detailed questions about the magical theory Harry had mentioned in a letter to Neville that Augusta had apparently shared with his grandmother. I won't be 11 until September, she wrote, but I've already read all the introductory texts in the Hogwarts library catalogue. I don't suppose Professor Dumbledore would consider taking on another student. Harry passed the letter to Dumbledore, who smiled. Miss Granger, he said, appears to be a young woman of considerable determination. I believe I shall write to her parents. He did. Hermione's response arrived within the week, 4 pages of carefully reasoned arguments for why she should be permitted to study magic prior to her formal education, followed by a postscript in slightly shakier handwriting. Mum and Dad say it's up to you. They're still not entirely convinced magic is real, but they're willing to be persuaded. Asterisk. Dumbledore wrote back. By August, Harry had 2 regular correspondents and a third who wrote less frequently but with increasing warmth. A boy named Ron Weasley, whose mother had apparently heard about Harry's situation through the wizarding grapevine and insisted her son reach out. Mum says I should be nice to you, asterisk Ron wrote. She says you've had a rough time and you probably need friends. I think she just wants to meet someone famous, but she's usually right about stuff. Asterisk. I've got 5 brothers. Percy's a prat, Fred and George are mental, Charlie works with dragons in Romania, and Bill's a curse breaker in Egypt. I'm the 6th boy. Sometimes I think my parents forgot how to have girls, but then Ginny came along and proved me wrong. Asterisk. We're not rich or anything. Mum knits our jumpers and Dad works at the ministry and our house is so full of stuff it's practically falling over. But it's a good house. You should visit sometime. Mum would feed you until you exploded. Asterisk. Your friend, I hope. Ron. Harry stared at the letter for a long time. Your friend. Asterisk. He had never had a friend before. He wrote back the same day. The summer ended. September arrived, and with it the beginning of the Hogwarts term. Harry watched Dumbledore prepare for his departure, packing books and instruments, reviewing correspondence, making arrangements for Harry's continued care during his absence. I have arranged for a tutor, Dumbledore said. A young witch named Bathsheba Babbling, who teaches ancient runes at Hogwarts. She will visit 3 times a week to continue your education. Harry nodded. And Minerva McGonagall will check on you regularly. She is the deputy headmistress and a woman of considerable sense. If you need anything at all, you have only to ask. Harry nodded again. Dumbledore paused at the door. Harry, he said, you will be fine. You have survived far worse than a few months of relative solitude. And you are not alone, not truly. You have friends now. People who care about you. Harry looked at the stack of letters on his desk. I know, he said. Dumbledore smiled. Then he was gone. The cottage was very quiet without him. Harry kept to his routine, morning meditation, afternoon study, evening correspondence. Bathsheba Babbling arrived promptly at 10 o'clock every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, a brisk young woman with spectacles and an encyclopedic knowledge of ancient magical languages. She did not treat Harry like a child, which he appreciated. The weeks passed. Harry learned the foundations of Old Runic, the precursor to modern magical scripts. He learned about the Anglo-Saxon runes and their Norse counterparts, about the Egyptian hieroglyphs that functioned simultaneously as writing and spellcraft, about the mysterious symbols carved into the oldest wands and artifacts. He learned that magic was not a single language but many, each with its own grammar and logic and worldview. He learned that the incantations he would one day speak were merely the surface layer of something far deeper and more complex. And he learned that he loved this, the slow accumulation of knowledge, the satisfaction of understanding something that had previously been opaque. His parents had been students of magic, not just practitioners. He was beginning to understand why. October brought the first anniversary of his departure from Privet Drive. Harry marked the date by rereading his mother's letter, then his father's, then the photograph he had studied so often its edges were beginning to soften. He did not feel sad, exactly. But something in his chest ached with an absence he could not name. He wrote to Neville, to Hermione, to Ron, and he wrote, for the first time, to Augusta Longbottom. Dear Mrs. Longbottom, I've been thinking about Godric's Hollow. The cottage you told me about, the one my grandmother left to my father. I don't think I'm ready to visit it yet. But I'd like to know more about it. What it looks like. Whether anyone has been taking care of it. Whether my parents left anything there, or if they took everything with them when they moved to the house where they. He stopped. Where they died. He crossed out the sentence and continued. I don't know if these are questions you can answer. I don't know if anyone can answer them. But I thought I should ask. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Asterisk. Yours, Harry Potter. The reply came 3 days later. Harry. The cottage is small. Stone walls, slate roof, a garden that has gone wild in the years since anyone tended it. There is a stream at the bottom of the property, and a grove of ancient oaks that Doria Potter, James's grandmother, planted when she was a girl. Asterisk. Your father kept Quidditch magazines there. Your mother left a copy of Hogwarts, a history, with her maiden name inscribed inside the cover. They are still there, waiting for someone to read them. Asterisk. No one has visited since the night they died. The cottage is protected by the same wards that guarded Doria's secrets for 70 years. It will wait for you as long as necessary. Asterisk. When you are ready, truly ready, I will take you there myself. Asterisk. Augusta Longbottom. Harry folded the letter carefully and placed it with his parents' correspondence. He was not ready, but he was getting closer. Chapter 13. The weight of expectations. The second year passed much like the first. Harry grew taller, his voice deepened slightly, his magical exercises became more complex. He mastered the Lumos charm until he could sustain the light for hours without fatigue. He learned the theory behind dozens of spells, though he did not cast them. He read every book Dumbledore recommended and many he discovered himself. He corresponded with his friends. Hermione's letters grew longer and more detailed as she devoured the magical texts her parents had reluctantly purchased. She had learned to levitate a feather. I practiced for 3 weeks before it worked, and then I couldn't stop, and was already planning her Hogwarts curriculum. I want to take every elective, she wrote. Professor Dumbledore says that might be excessive, but I don't see why I shouldn't try. Ron's letters were less frequent but warmer. His brother Percy had started at Hogwarts and was already being insufferable about his grades. Fred and George had discovered the joys of experimental prank magic and had nearly blown up the kitchen. His father had acquired a Muggle car and was attempting to understand its internal combustion engine, with mixed results. Mum says to tell you you're still welcome for Christmas, Ron wrote. She's already planning the menu. I think she's hoping you'll adopt us as your official family. Fair warning. There will be a lot of jumpers. Neville's letters were the most honest. I started Hogwarts this year, he wrote. Gran says I should have waited, but I didn't want to be even further behind everyone else. It's harder than I expected. The other kids already know each other, and I don't know how to talk to them. Professor Sprout is nice, though. She says I have a gift for herbology. I visited Mum and Dad last weekend. Mum gave me a sweet wrapper. She didn't recognize me, but she smiled when I took it. I keep it in my pocket. It helps. I miss writing to you. I know you're not at Hogwarts yet, but it feels like you're the only person who understands what it's like to be, I don't know, not enough. Too much. Both at the same time. I hope you're okay. Your friend, Neville. Harry read the letter several times. Then he wrote back, I think you're braver than you know. Not the kind of bravery that makes people cheer, the quiet kind, the kind that keeps going even when everything is hard. Gran says courage isn't the absence of fear. It's doing what's right even when you're terrified. You visited your parents even though it hurts. You go to Hogwarts even though it's hard. You wrote to me even though you didn't know how I'd respond. That's bravery, Neville. Real bravery. I hope one day you can see yourself the way I see you. Your friend, Harry. The third year brought changes. Harry turned 9, then 10. His magical core, which he had learned to sense through years of meditation, pulsed with increasing strength. Dumbledore began teaching him more advanced theoretical concepts, the principles of apparition, the ethics of memory modification, the complex legal frameworks that governed magical society. And, gradually, the question of Harry's future guardianship resurfaced. The Ministry, Dumbledore said one evening, is becoming insistent. My custody of you was always intended as temporary. They wish to identify a permanent placement before you begin Hogwarts. Harry set down his book. Several candidates have expressed interest. The Longbottoms have offered. Augusta is willing to assume guardianship, though she acknowledges her age may be a concern. The Weasleys have also offered. Molly Weasley is a woman of considerable warmth and practical sense. He paused. And there are others. Families who see your guardianship as an honor, or an opportunity, or both. Harry heard what Dumbledore was not saying. You don't think I should go to any of them? Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. I think, he said slowly, that you have spent the past 3 years building a life here. A life that suits you. A life that gives you space to grow without the pressure of expectations you did not choose. He looked at Harry. I think that uprooting you now, placing you with strangers regardless of their good intentions, would be a profound disservice to everything you have achieved. Harry absorbed this. So what do I do? Refuse. You cannot refuse indefinitely. The Ministry's authority in matters of magical guardianship is considerable. But we can, make a compelling case for extending your current placement. He paused. There is precedent for a child remaining with a temporary guardian when no suitable permanent placement exists. If we can demonstrate that your educational and emotional needs are being met, and that no alternative placement offers clear advantages over your current situation. You want to stay here, Harry said. With you. Dumbledore met his eyes. Yes, he said. I do. Harry looked around the cottage, the familiar clutter of books and instruments, the fire crackling in the hearth, the window overlooking the hills that had become his landscape. This was home. Not because of the building or the location, but because of the life he had built here. I want to stay, he said. If they'll let me. Dumbledore smiled. Then we shall convince them. The Ministry hearing was scheduled for August, 1 month before Harry's 11th birthday and his departure for Hogwarts. Harry prepared carefully. He reviewed his academic progress with Bathsheba Babbling, who provided a detailed assessment of his abilities. He compiled his correspondence with Neville, Ron, and Hermione as evidence of his social connections. He wrote a statement, his own words, not Dumbledore's, explaining why he wished to remain at the cottage. And he waited. The day of the hearing dawned gray and cool. Harry dressed carefully in the robes Augusta had sent him for his 10th birthday, dark green, simple, well-made. He met Dumbledore at the apparition point beyond the garden gate, and together they traveled to London. The same atrium, the same lifts, the same underground corridors leading to courtroom 10. But this time, when Harry entered the chamber, he did not feel small. He had grown, not just in height, but in something else, something that settled around his shoulders like a mantle he had not asked for but would not refuse. Madame Marchbanks presided again. The Wizengamot was slightly different, new faces in some seats, familiar ones in others, but the weight of their attention was unchanged. Harry took his place at the witness table. He answered their questions calmly, precisely. Yes, he was receiving an excellent education. Yes, he had friends and regular social contact. Yes, he understood that his current living situation was technically temporary. And no, he did not wish to be placed elsewhere. This is the home I know, he said. These are the people I trust. I don't want to start over again with strangers, no matter how kind they are. He paused. I've started over enough. The chamber was quiet. Madame Marchbanks studied him with those ancient, unreadable eyes. So you have, she said. The deliberation took less than an hour. Harry waited in the same antechamber, drinking the same hot chocolate, trying not to imagine the various ways this could go wrong. Dumbledore sat beside him, silent and still. The door opened. Madame Marchbanks stood in the doorway. Harry Potter, she said. The Wizengamot has approved your continued placement with Albus Dumbledore, to be reviewed annually until your majority. Your objections to alternative guardians have been noted and found reasonable. Harry's breath caught. You will remain at the cottage for the duration of your Hogwarts education, residing with the headmaster during school holidays. You will continue your academic studies under ministry-approved supervision. And you will, as previously ordered, return to Privet Drive for 1 day each year to maintain your mother's protection. She paused. Is this acceptable? Harry nodded. Yes. Thank you. Madame Marchbanks inclined her head. Then we are concluded. She turned and left. Harry looked at Dumbledore. I'm staying, he said. Yes, Dumbledore said. You are. Chapter 14, The Eve of 11. The summer before Hogwarts was the longest of Harry's life. He had waited 4 years for this, 4 years of letters and lessons and growing anticipation. Hogwarts was no longer a distant dream, a castle from the stories Dumbledore told by firelight. It was real. It was waiting. And in September, he would finally walk through its gates. The cottage prepared itself around him. Dumbledore spent long hours reviewing Hogwarts correspondence, updating student records, preparing for the new term. But he always made time for Harry, for one last summer of lessons, one last season of quiet evenings by the fire. Bathsheba babbling completed her final tutorial with a rare smile. "You're ready," she said. "More ready than most first years, certainly more than I was at your age. The runic foundation you've built will serve you well." She paused. "Don't forget what you've learned here. Not just the theory, the discipline, the patience, the understanding that magic is not something you conquer, but something you collaborate with." Harry nodded. He would not forget. His birthday arrived on a gray July morning. Harry woke to the smell of cake. Dumbledore's baking had improved marginally over 4 years, though his icing remained aggressively uneven, and the sight of 3 parcels at the foot of his bed. He opened the smallest first. It was from Hermione, a book on advanced charm theory, its margins already filled with her neat, precise notes. "I thought you should have my copy," the accompanying letter read. "I've practically memorized it anyway. See you on the train." The second parcel was from Ron, a box of every flavor beans and a self-knitting jumper in Gryffindor colors. "Mum made the jumper," Ron wrote. "I picked the beans. Don't eat the earwax flavor. Trust me." The third parcel was from Neville, a small, carefully wrapped package containing a potted plant Harry did not recognize. "It's a Mimbulus Mimbletonia," Neville wrote. "They're very rare. Professor Sprout helped me get one. It defends itself by spraying stinksap when threatened. I thought you might like it." Harry placed the plant carefully on his windowsill. Then he opened his final gift, the one that had appeared on his nightstand without explanation, wrapped in plain brown paper with no return address. Inside was a photograph. It was old, the edges softened by handling, the colors slightly faded. But the images within moved with the same fluid grace Harry had come to expect from wizarding photographs. His mother and father, sitting together on a grassy hillside. They were young, younger than in the Hogwarts yearbook, their faces still carrying the softness of adolescence. Lily's hair was longer, pulled back from her face with a simple ribbon. James's glasses were slightly crooked. They were laughing at something outside the frame, leaning into each other with the easy intimacy of people who had forgotten how to be separate. Beneath the photograph, in handwriting Harry did not recognize. This was taken at Potter Cottage, summer 1977. They were 17 years old and very much in love. "I thought you should have it." AL. Harry held the photograph for a long time. Then he placed it on his nightstand, beside the Hogwarts yearbook and his parents' letters. His room was full of ghosts now. But they were gentle ghosts, their presence a comfort rather than a weight. Dumbledore found him there an hour later, still staring at the photograph. "Augusta has excellent timing," Dumbledore said quietly. "I believe she intended this to arrive today." Harry nodded. "She gave me a house," he said. "And now she's given me this. She has given you many things. Her time, her advocacy, her respect. These are not small gifts." Harry looked at the photograph again. "Why?" he asked. "She didn't know me. She didn't owe me anything." Dumbledore was quiet for a moment. "Augusta Longbottom," he said, "is a woman who understands the weight of legacy. She has spent her life carrying the expectations of her family, the grief of her losses, the responsibility of raising her grandson alone. When she looks at you, she sees another child carrying burdens no child should bear." He paused. "And she sees an opportunity. To do something right. To protect someone the way she wishes she could have protected her own son. To ensure that another generation does not suffer as hers did." Harry absorbed this. "She's not as scary as she pretends to be," he said. "No," Dumbledore agreed. "She is far more frightening than that." Harry almost smiled. The cake was, as expected, lopsided. But it tasted like butter and sugar and something Harry could not identify, something that might have been effort, or affection, or the simple fact of being remembered on a day that had never mattered before. "I don't know what to wish for," Harry admitted, staring at the single candle flickering on top of the icing. Then wish for nothing, Dumbledore said. Or wish for everything. The magic of birthday wishes is that they require neither specificity nor plausibility. Harry closed his eyes. He thought about the cottage, and the hills, and the friends who had written him letters. He thought about his parents' photograph and the house in Godric's Hollow waiting for him to visit. He thought about Hogwarts, and the future stretching out before him like an unmapped country. He thought about the boy who had written a letter and pushed it through a postbox, not knowing if anyone would ever read it. He made his wish. And he blew out the candle. ###. Chapter 15. King's Cross, Platform 9 3/4. ###. The station was crowded with muggles. Harry stood at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10, his trunk heavy at his side. His owl, a small, fierce tawny he had named Hedwig, shifted restlessly in her cage. Dumbledore had explained the method of entry 3 times, but knowing and doing were different things. Walk directly. At the barrier, Dumbledore said. Do not hesitate, do not slow down. The platform will reveal itself when you are ready. Harry nodded. He took a breath. He walked. The barrier approached. Harry kept his pace steady, his eyes fixed forward. For a moment, he felt nothing but the solid resistance of brick. And then he was through. Platform 9 3/4 erupted around him. The scarlet steam engine dominated the space, its smokestack billowing clouds that smelled of coal and magic. Witches and wizards crowded the platform in a chaos of trunks and owls and cats and children. Families hugged and cried and shouted last-minute instructions. A trolley piled high with cauldrons and telescopes rattled past, pushed by a harried-looking witch in patched robes. Harry stood frozen, absorbing it all. Harry. The voice cut through the crowd like a knife. Harry turned to see a blur of red hair hurtling toward him, followed by a slightly more sedate woman and a man whose muggle coat was doing a very poor job of concealing his robes. Ron Weasley skidded to a halt in front of Harry, grinning so widely his face seemed in danger of splitting. You came. I mean, obviously you came, you're here, but, blimey, Harry, you're actually real. Harry felt his own face stretch into a smile. You're real too. Mostly, Ron agreed. Mum says I'm still growing into my feet. Mrs. Weasley descended upon them both, enveloping Harry in a hug so fierce it drove the air from his lungs. Oh, you poor dear, she said. You're much too thin. Have you been eating properly? Never mind, you can tell me later. Ron, stop standing about and help Harry with his trunk. Ron hoisted Harry's trunk with a grunt of effort. What have you got in here, rocks? Books, Harry said. Mostly. Mum said you were clever. She didn't say you were the heavy luggage sort of clever. Mr. Weasley shook Harry's hand with grave formality. Arthur Weasley. Pleased to meet you at last. Molly's talked of nothing else for weeks. Arthur, Mrs. Weasley said warningly. Well, it's true. He leaned closer to Harry. Between you and me, I think she's been looking for an excuse to adopt someone for years. Ron was her last, and he's growing up far too quickly. Mum, don't tease your brother, Arthur. The commotion drew attention. Harry became aware of heads turning, whispers starting, fingers pointing in his direction. The familiar weight of being observed settled across his shoulders. Ron noticed. Ignore them, he said quietly. They're just curious. It'll wear off. Harry nodded. It would have too. They found a compartment near the middle of the train. Ron deposited Harry's trunk on the luggage rack and collapsed into the seat opposite, already reaching for the compartment's window to wave at his family. Mrs. Weasley was crying. Mr. Weasley was attempting to comfort her while simultaneously examining the train's mechanism with poorly concealed fascination. The twins, Fred and George, Harry remembered from Ron's letters, were engaged in what appeared to be a complex handshake with a group of friends. Ginny's desperate to come, Ron said. She's only 10, though. Mum says next year. Ginny says she'll die of old age before then. Harry looked at the small red-haired girl pressed against her mother's side, her eyes fixed on the train with an intensity that bordered on ferocious. She doesn't look like she's dying of old age, Harry said. She's been practicing her spellwork. Mum found her trying to curse Percy's homework to explode. Got a week of no dessert. That seems harsh. Percy's homework is cursed enough already. All that prefect nonsense. Ron shuddered. He's going to be head boy one day. I can feel it. The whistle blew. Ron's face went through a complicated series of emotions, excitement, anxiety, determination, before settling into something that was almost calm. "Here we go then," he said. The train began to move. Dash dash dash. The journey passed in a blur of conversation and candy. Ron introduced Harry to the wonders of the Hogwarts Express trolley: chocolate frogs, Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, pumpkin pasties that steamed gently in their wrappers. They traded chocolate frog cards and argued about the relative merits of Quidditch teams and speculated about which houses they would be sorted into. "I'm hoping for Gryffindor," Ron said. "Everyone in my family's been Gryffindor. Mum would probably disown me if I ended up in Hufflepuff." "What's wrong with Hufflepuff?" "Nothing, I suppose. It's just, you know. Gryffindor's better." Harry thought about the letters from Neville, full of anxiety about living up to his family's expectations. He thought about his own parents, both Gryffindors, their courage memorialized in every story Dumbledore had told him. "What if I'm not brave enough?" he asked. "What if I get sorted into something else?" Ron considered this. "Well," he said, "my brother Charlie always says the sorting hat takes your choice into account. If you really want to be in Gryffindor, it'll put you there." He paused. "But I don't think you have to worry. You survived you know who when you were a baby. That's pretty brave." Harry touched his scar. "It wasn't bravery," he said. "I was just there." "So?" Ron shrugged. "Still counts." Harry didn't argue. But he wasn't sure Ron was right. Dash dash dash. The compartment door slid open. A girl stood in the doorway, her bushy brown hair escaping from a determinedly neat ponytail. She was clutching a stack of books that appeared to be defying gravity, and her expression was one of focused inquiry. "Have either of you seen a toad?" she asked. "A boy named Neville Longbottom has lost his." Ron shook his head. The girl's gaze moved to Harry. "You're Harry Potter," she said. "I'm Hermione Granger. We've been corresponding for 3 years." Harry nodded. "I know. Your letters are thorough," Hermione suggested. "Comprehensive. Alarmingly detailed. I was going to say helpful." Hermione's stern expression softened slightly. "Well, thank you." She hesitated. "I've been looking forward to meeting you. Both of you. It's different, reading about magic in books. Actually being here is." She seemed to run out of words. "Yeah," Ron said. "It is." Hermione nodded once, decisively. "I should find Neville's toad," she said. "But perhaps we could talk later. There are some theories about magical theory I'd like to discuss." Harry smiled. "I'd like that." Hermione smiled back. Then she was gone, her ponytail swinging behind her as she continued her search. Dash dash dash. Chapter 16, The Sorting. Dash dash dash. The castle rose from the darkness like a waking giant. Harry stood among the crowd of first years, his neck craned upward, trying to absorb the impossible scale of Hogwarts. Towers and turrets and battlements stretched toward the star-scattered sky, lit from within by hundreds of glowing windows. The bridge they had crossed was barely visible behind them, swallowed by the night. First years, over here. A giant of a woman was beckoning them toward the entrance. Her hair was dark and severe, pulled back from a face that looked like it had never learned how to smile. Her robes were forest green, and her spectacles had lenses shaped like crescent moons. "Professor McGonagall," someone whispered. "Transfiguration. She's terrifying." Harry thought she looked less terrifying than Augusta Longbottom, but he didn't say so. Professor McGonagall led them into the castle. The entrance hall was vast, its stone columns rising toward a ceiling Harry could barely discern. Torches flickered in iron sconces, casting dancing shadows across the floor. To the left, a grand staircase swept upward into darkness. Straight ahead, 2 massive oak doors stood closed. "Welcome to Hogwarts," Professor McGonagall said. "The start of term banquet will begin shortly, but before you take your seats, you must be sorted into your houses. The sorting is a ceremony of some importance. Your house will be your family while you are here." She paused. "I will return when we are ready for you. Remain here, and try not to cause any magical catastrophes in my absence." She swept through the doors, leaving them alone. Dash dash dash. Neville found him in the crowd. He was shorter than Harry expected, round-faced and anxious, clutching his toad with the desperation of someone who had already lost it once. But when his eyes met Harry's, something in his expression shifted: recognition, relief, the tentative beginnings of hope. "Harry," he said. You're here." "I'm here." Neville swallowed. "I was afraid you wouldn't come." I mean, I knew you would, but I was still afraid. I know, Harry said. I was too. They stood together in the crowd of first years, not quite touching, not quite separate. It was enough. The doors opened. Professor McGonagall reappeared and led them into the Great Hall. Harry had read descriptions of this room. He had seen photographs in Dumbledore's books, studied the architectural details until he could have drawn them from memory. But reading was not experiencing. Photographs were not presence. The Great Hall was a cathedral of magic. The ceiling soared overhead, enchanted to mirror the sky beyond. Thousands of candles floated in midair, their light warm and golden. 4 long tables stretched the length of the hall, packed with students in robes of red and gold, blue and bronze, yellow and black, green and silver. And at the front, on the raised dais, sat the faculty. Harry found Dumbledore immediately. The headmaster's silver beard caught the candlelight, his half-moon spectacles glinting as he surveyed the incoming students. Their eyes met, and Dumbledore inclined his head, a small, private greeting. Harry looked away. The stool sat in the center of the hall. On it rested the sorting hat, ancient, patched, its fabric faded to an indeterminate gray. The hat twitched. Then it opened a fold near its brim and began to sing. For I was once a simple hat, a wizard's pride and joy. But Godric Gryffindor saw more, and made me more than toy. He charmed me with his cunning, his courage and his might, and gave me purpose none could match, to sort his students right. So place me on your head, my child, and let me see your soul. I'll find the house where you belong, and help you reach your goal. For Gryffindor takes the brave of heart, who fight for what is right, while Hufflepuff takes loyal souls, who work with all their might. And Ravenclaw, the wise and quick, seeks those with open minds, while Slytherin takes the cunning ones, who use whatever binds. But know this truth, you seekers, who come with hope and fear. The house you choose is yours to make. Your future starts right here. The hat fell silent. Applause rippled through the hall. Harry joined in automatically, his mind racing. The house you choose is yours to make. The hat knew. It understood that sorting was not just about what you were, but what you wanted to become. Harry thought about his parents. Gryffindors, both of them. Brave and reckless and full of love. He thought about Dumbledore. Gryffindor, too, but also something more, something that transcended the simple categories of house divisions. He thought about himself. Who was he? What did he want? What kind of person was he becoming? He didn't know. But perhaps the hat would help him find out. Abbott, Hannah, Hufflepuff. The table of yellow and black erupted. Boot, Terry, Ravenclaw. The blue and bronze table cheered. Brocklehurst, Mandy, Ravenclaw. Brown, Lavender, Gryffindor. Cornfoot, Stephen, Ravenclaw. Davis, Tracy, Slytherin. A ripple of polite applause from the green and silver table. Harry watched the sorting with growing tension. Each name seemed to pass more quickly than the last, the hat's decision swift and certain. Neville was called, approached the stool with visible terror, and sat trembling as the hat was placed on his head. The hat hesitated. Neville's face was white. His hands gripped the edge of the stool. Gryffindor. The red and gold table exploded with applause. Neville stumbled off the stool, his expression stunned, and made his way to his new housemates. Harry caught his eye and smiled. Neville smiled back. Granger, Hermione. Hermione strode to the stool with the determination of an army approaching battle. The hat had barely touched her head before it shouted. Gryffindor. Hermione's face split into a grin of pure triumph. The list grew shorter. Malfoy, Draco. A pale boy with sleek blonde hair detached himself from the crowd and ascended the stool with the casual confidence of someone who had never doubted his welcome anywhere. The hat called his house almost before it settled on his head. Slytherin. Draco Malfoy smiled and joined the green and silver table. Moon, Lily, Ravenclaw. Not, Theodore. Slytherin. Parkinson, Pansy. Slytherin. Pottle, Padma, Ravenclaw. Pottle, Parvati, Gryffindor. Perks, Sally Ann, Hufflepuff. Dash dash dash. Potter, Harry. The hall went silent. Harry walked to the stool. His legs felt distant, disconnected from the rest of his body. He sat. He felt the weight of the hat descend onto his head, the brim sliding down to rest just above his eyes. Well, a voice said in his mind. Harry Potter. I've been waiting for you. Harry didn't respond. You have your mother's mind, the hat mused. Quick, curious, always questioning. And your father's stubbornness, that's there too, very deep. But there's more, so much more. Harry waited. You crave belonging, the hat said. You've spent your whole life being told you don't fit, don't matter, don't belong. Now you're desperate to find a place where you do. Yes. But you're also afraid. Afraid that if you're sorted into the wrong house, you'll prove something about yourself, something you don't want to be true. Harry didn't answer. Slytherin could help you, the hat said. The cunning, the ambition, the determination to survive. You have all of that. You've had to learn it, living with those muggles. Slytherin would appreciate what you've overcome. My parents were Gryffindors. Your parents were brave, so are you. But bravery isn't the same as recklessness, and survival isn't the same as courage. You could thrive in Slytherin. I don't want to thrive in Slytherin. No. I want. Harry stopped. What did he want? He thought about the cupboard. The hunger. The years of silence. He thought about his mother's letter, her words of love reaching across death. He thought about Dumbledore's cottage, the fire crackling in the hearth, the quiet mornings of study and discovery. He thought about the boy who had written a letter and pushed it through a postbox, not knowing if anyone would ever read it. He thought about Ron, offering friendship without hesitation. Hermione, demanding knowledge with fierce determination. Neville, surviving his fear and reaching out across the distance between them. I want to be brave, Harry thought. Not because it's expected of me. Not because my parents were brave. But because I choose to be. I want to be the kind of person who stands up for what's right, even when it's hard. The kind of person who loves fiercely and loyally. The kind of person my mother believed I could be. I want to be a Gryffindor. The hat was silent for a long moment. Then Gryffindor it shall be. Gryffindor. Chapter 17. The Gryffindor Common Room. The portrait of the fat lady swung open, and Harry stepped through into Orv. The Gryffindor Common Room was round and comfortable, its scarlet walls hung with tapestries depicting heroic deeds. A fire crackled in the largest hearth Harry had ever seen, casting dancing shadows across the squashy sofas and armchairs clustered around it. Students milled everywhere, talking and laughing and celebrating the arrival of new first years. Harry stood in the doorway, overwhelmed. Blimey, Ron breathed beside him. It's even better than I imagined. Hermione was already examining the bookshelves. Neville had found an armchair and was sitting very still, as if afraid someone would take it away from him. A prefect named Percy Weasley, Ron's brother, Harry remembered, was attempting to organize the first years into some semblance of order. All right, settle down. Welcome to Gryffindor. I'm Percy Weasley, 5th-year prefect. If you have any questions, I'm your first point of contact. The password changes fortnightly, you'll find it posted on the notice board. Girls' dormitories are up the left staircase, boys on the right. Any questions? No one spoke. Splendid. Then I'll leave you to Percy. A pair of identical redheads materialized beside him. Fred and George Weasley grinned at their brother with the predatory innocence of sharks. The first years don't want a lecture, Fred said. They want to know the important stuff, George agreed. Such as where the secret passages are. And which teachers you can charm into giving you extra pudding. And the best places to hide from Filch. Percy's face flushed. Fred, George, this is not the time. There's always time for education, Percy. Now, about those secret passages. Harry let the noise wash over him. He was here. He had made it. The years of waiting, of studying, of building a foundation for this moment. It had all led here, to this crowded common room with its crackling fire and its mismatched furniture and its cacophony of voices. He was home. The first weeks were a blur of discovery. Harry learned the geography of Hogwarts, the moving staircases and shifting corridors, the hidden shortcuts and dead-end passages. He learned which teachers could be persuaded to overlook late homework and which were utterly immovable. He learned the etiquette of the Great Hall, the politics of the house tables, the subtle hierarchies that governed student life. He learned that being Harry Potter meant being watched. It happened everywhere, in corridors, in classrooms, in the library. Whispers followed him like shadows, fading when he turned but never quite disappearing. Some students stared openly. Others pretended not to notice, which was somehow worse. Ron handled it with blunt pragmatism. Just ignore them, he said. They'll get bored eventually. What if they don't? Then we'll make them bored. Ron grinned. Fred and George have some excellent ideas about that. Harry smiled despite himself. But the attention wore on him, a constant low-grade pressure that never fully released. Hermione noticed. You're very quiet in public, she said one evening in the common room. Not shy, you're not shy, I've heard you speak up in class when you disagree with something. But you withdraw. Like you're trying to make yourself smaller. Harry didn't answer. It's because of the attention, isn't it? You don't want people to notice you. I don't want them to notice my scar, Harry said. But that's all they ever see. Hermione considered this. That's their problem, she said. Not yours. Harry looked at her. You can't control what other people see when they look at you. You can only control who you are. And who you are, she paused, as if weighing her words. Who you are is someone worth knowing. Regardless of your scar. Harry was quiet for a long moment. Thank you, he said. Hermione nodded briskly and returned to her book. October brought the first Quidditch match of the season. Harry had learned about Quidditch from Ron, whose enthusiasm for the sport bordered on religious devotion. He had learned the rules, the 3 chasers, the 2 beaters, the keeper, the seeker. He had learned about the golden snitch and the quaffle and the bludgers. He had learned that Gryffindor's rivalry with Slytherin was not merely athletic but existential. He had not learned that he would be attending the match with the entire house until Ron dragged him to the stands. You'll love it, Ron said. Everyone loves Quidditch. Harry wasn't sure he would. But when the teams took the field, scarlet and gold against green and silver, when the quaffle was released and the bludgers began their deadly dance and the seeker mounted his broom with the casual grace of someone born to the air. Something in Harry's chest caught fire. Who's that? He asked, pointing at the Gryffindor seeker. Charlie Weasley, Ron said proudly. My brother. He's captain this year. Best seeker Hogwarts has seen in decades. Harry watched Charlie Weasley circle the pitch, his eyes scanning for a flash of gold. He had never been on a broom. He had never even touched one. But watching Charlie fly, feeling the rhythm of his movements, the perfect synchronization of body and broom. It felt like recognition. The match ended in Gryffindor victory. Charlie caught the snitch after 47 minutes, plunging out of a cloudbank with the tiny golden ball clutched in his fist. The stands erupted. Ron screamed himself hoarse. Even Hermione, who had spent most of the match reading, looked up from her book to applaud. Harry clapped until his hands hurt. He was still smiling when they returned to the common room, still vibrating with the energy of the match. Ron was recounting every play in exhaustive detail. Hermione was attempting to calculate Charlie's average catch time. Neville was simply basking in the afterglow of victory. Harry looked around at his friends, his first real friends, the people who had chosen him without hesitation or reservation, and felt something settle into place. He belonged here, not because of his scar, not because of his parents or his history or the expectations that followed him like shadows. Because of this, these people, this moment, he was home. Chapter 18, The Christmas Invitation. The letter arrived on the first day of December. Harry recognized Dumbledore's handwriting immediately, the elegant loops and flourishes that had become as familiar as his own. He broke the seal and unfolded the parchment. Dear Harry, I hope your first term at Hogwarts has been everything you hoped for and more. Minerva writes that you are settling in well, making friends, and applying yourself to your studies with admirable diligence. I confess I am not surprised. I am writing with a proposition. Christmas approaches, and I find myself contemplating the quiet of the cottage with mixed feelings. It will be strange to spend the holiday without you there, but I suspect you will have other invitations, and I do not wish to presume upon your time. Asterisk. Nevertheless, I would be delighted if you chose to spend at least part of the holiday with me. There are matters we might discuss, and I find myself missing our evenings by the fire. Asterisk. Think it over. Whatever you decide, I will support your choice. Asterisk. With warm regards, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter twice. Then he folded it carefully and placed it in his trunk, beside his parents' letters and the photograph of them on the hillside. The invitations came, as Dumbledore had predicted. Ron's was delivered by Mrs. Weasley herself, a long and enthusiastic letter detailing the planned festivities at the Burrow. "We'd love to have you," she wrote. "Ron talks of nothing else, and Ginny has been practicing her hello for weeks. Please say you'll come." Hermione's was more restrained but equally sincere. "My parents are Muggle, of course, but they're very curious about the wizarding world. I've told them all about you. They'd like to meet the boy who writes such interesting letters." Even Neville extended an invitation, though his was more tentative. "Gran says you're welcome to visit, if you want. It's not very exciting here, but we have a good library, and Trevor misses you. He's my toad. I know that sounds strange, but he really does seem to miss you." Harry stared at the stack of invitations on his bed. He had never had choices like this before. At Privet Drive, Christmas had meant being locked in his cupboard while Dudley tore through mountains of presents. The concept of celebrating, of actually wanting to participate in the holiday, was still foreign to him. He thought about Dumbledore's letter. The quiet cottage, the fire crackling in the hearth, the familiar rhythm of their evenings together. He thought about the Burrow, crowded and chaotic and full of Weasleys. He thought about Hermione's parents, curious and welcoming. He thought about Neville's library, his grandmother's formidable presence, his toad's alleged affection. He wrote back to Dumbledore first. "Dear Professor, thank you for your letter. I miss our evenings by the fire too. I've had other invitations. Ron's mum wants me to spend Christmas at their house, and Hermione's parents want to meet me, and Neville said I could visit him. I don't know what to choose. I've never had to choose before. But I know I want to see you. So I'll come to the cottage for part of the holiday, if that's all right. Maybe the beginning, or the end, whenever works for you. Thank you for inviting me. Thank you for everything. Harry." He sealed the letter and gave it to Hedwig. Then he wrote to Mrs. Weasley. Christmas at the Burrow was like nothing Harry had ever experienced. The house itself seemed to be held together by magic and optimism, its walls leaning at improbable angles, its floors covered in generations of footprints. It was crowded and chaotic and so full of life Harry felt dizzy just standing in the doorway. Mrs. Weasley descended upon him immediately. "Harry, dear, you're freezing. And so thin. Haven't they been feeding you at Hogwarts?" "Never mind, I'll fix that. Ron, take Harry's trunk upstairs. Arthur, stop tinkering with that Muggle contraption and say hello." Mr. Weasley emerged from beneath a smoking collection of wires. "Harry, delighted to have you. Tell me, what do Muggles use instead of magic to power their devices?" "Electricity, is it? Fascinating stuff, electricity. Arthur, not now. But Molly. Later, dear." Harry was ushered into the kitchen, which was already overflowing with preparations for Christmas dinner. An enormous tree dominated one corner, decorated with enchanted ornaments that sang carols and occasionally dueled each other. The smell of roasting turkey and baking pies filled every corner of the room. Ginny appeared in the doorway, took one look at Harry, turned bright red, and fled. "Give her time," Mrs. Weasley said serenely. "She's been looking forward to meeting you for years. She'll recover eventually." Harry wasn't sure what to say to that. Christmas morning dawned gray and cold. Harry woke to find a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed. He stared at them for a long moment, unable to process what he was seeing. Presents. For him. He opened them slowly, savoring each one. Mrs. Weasley had knitted him a jumper, maroon, with a golden H on the chest. It was slightly too large and slightly uneven and absolutely perfect. Ron had given him a box of every flavor beans and a Chudley Cannons poster. Hermione had sent a book on advanced defensive theory, with a note, "I thought you might find this useful." "I certainly did." Neville had sent a packet of seeds for a plant Harry didn't recognize, along with detailed growing instructions. And Dumbledore had sent a small, flat package wrapped in plain brown paper. Inside was a photograph. Harry's mother and father stood together in front of a cottage Harry did not recognize. They were older than in the other photograph, closer to the age they had been when they died. Lily's hair was shorter, her face more serious. James had grown a beard that didn't quite suit him. Between them, cradled in Lily's arms, was a baby. Harry. The photograph moved. James leaned down to kiss Lily's cheek. Lily smiled and shifted the baby's blanket to cover his face from the cold. The baby, Harry, waved a tiny fist and gurgled. On the back of the photograph, in Dumbledore's handwriting, Godric's Hollow, July 1981. You were 3 months old. Asterisk. They were so proud of you. Asterisk. Harry held the photograph for a long time. Then he placed it carefully in his trunk, beside his parents' letters and the other photograph of them on the hillside. His collection was growing. Christmas dinner was a production of epic proportions. Mrs. Weasley had outdone herself. Turkey and ham and roast potatoes and parsnips and Yorkshire puddings and gravy and cranberry sauce and at least 6 different kinds of vegetables, followed by Christmas pudding that Fred and George had apparently attempted to enchant with mixed results. It's supposed to follow you if you try to leave the table, George explained. We may have overdone the charm slightly. It chased Percy around the kitchen for 20 minutes, Fred added cheerfully. Best Christmas ever. Harry ate until he couldn't move. After dinner, they gathered around the fire. Mr. Weasley produced a bottle of Ogden's Old Fire whiskey and proceeded to tell increasingly improbable stories about his youth. Mrs. Weasley knitted and pretended to disapprove. The twins conducted mysterious experiments with the leftover pudding. Ron fell asleep on the sofa. Harry sat in the corner, warm and full and surrounded by noise, and thought about the photograph in his trunk. He had a family. Not the family he was born into. That family was lost to him, scattered across graves and memories. But a new family, one he had found for himself. The Weasleys, with their chaotic love and their crowded house and their insistence that he belonged. Hermione, fierce and brilliant and loyal. Neville, tentative and brave and determined to grow. Dumbledore, waiting for him at the cottage. Harry closed his eyes. For the first time in his life, he looked forward to the future. Chapter 19. The weight of the past. The second half of the school year passed more quickly than the first. Harry threw himself into his studies. With renewed focus. Defense against the dark arts became his favorite subject, not because he was particularly talented at it, but because it connected him to his parents. James and Lily had excelled in defense. Dumbledore had told him stories about their dueling practice, their creative approaches to counter curses, their willingness to experiment beyond the textbook. Harry wanted to honor that legacy. He also wanted to be prepared. The fragment of Voldemort inside him was quiet most days, a faint warmth beneath his scar, easily ignored. But sometimes, in the dark hours before dawn, Harry felt it shift. Not painfully, not threateningly, just present. A reminder that he was not finished with the past. The past was not finished with him. The letter arrived in March. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately. He had seen it on court documents and official correspondence, on the envelope that had contained his parents' will and the summary of the Potter estate. Augusta Longbottom. He broke the seal. Harry, I am writing to inform you of a decision I have made regarding your future. It is not a decision I have reached lightly, nor one I expect you to accept without question. But I believe it is the right choice, and I hope you will come to agree. Asterisk. I have petitioned the ministry for formal recognition as your magical guardian. Asterisk. Let me be clear, this is not an attempt to remove you from Professor Dumbledore's care. I have seen the life you have built at the cottage, and I have no desire to disrupt it. My petition specifies that your primary residence will remain with the headmaster, and that my role will be largely ceremonial, a legal formality rather than a practical change. Asterisk. But legal formalities matter. They confer rights and responsibilities that cannot be assumed informally. As your guardian, I would have the authority to advocate for you in ministry matters, to protect your interests in the Wizengamot, and to ensure that no future administration can ignore your welfare as the last one did. Asterisk. I am 73 years old. I do not have infinite time. But I have influence, and I have experience, and I have no intention of dying before I have secured your future. Asterisk. Think about it. Discuss it with Professor Dumbledore. Discuss it with your friends, if you wish. And then let me know your decision. Asterisk. Augusta Longbottom. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and placed it in his trunk, beside his parents' letters and the photographs of them. He discussed it with Dumbledore at Easter. The headmaster listened without interruption, his expression thoughtful. When Harry finished, he was quiet for a long moment. Augusta is a formidable woman, he said. And a loyal one. Her offer is genuine. You think I should accept? I think you should consider what you want. Not what Augusta wants, not what I want, what you want. Harry was silent. Augusta cannot replace your parents, Dumbledore said quietly. No one can. But she can offer you something they cannot. The protection of her name, the weight of her authority, the full force of her considerable determination. She can fight battles on your behalf that you are too young to fight yourself. He paused. She can also give you something else. A connection to Neville that is not merely friendship, but family. The Longbottoms have no other heirs. If Augusta formalizes her guardianship of you, you and Neville will grow up as brothers in all but blood. Harry absorbed this. I need to think about it, he said. Take all the time you need. He wrote to Neville first. Your grandmother asked me to be her ward. Not to live with her, I'd stay with Professor Dumbledore, same as always. But legally, she'd be my guardian. Asterisk. I don't know what to do. I don't know if I want another parent, even a ceremonial one. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Asterisk. But I also don't want to say no and regret it later. Asterisk. What do you think? Asterisk. Neville's response came within hours. Gran is terrifying, asterisk he wrote. But she's also the bravest person I know. She's spent my whole life fighting for me, for my parents, for our family's name, for the future she thinks we deserve. She doesn't give up on people. Ever. Asterisk. If she's offering to fight for you too, I think you should let her. Asterisk. Also, I've always wanted a brother. Asterisk. Harry wrote back to Augusta. Dear Mrs. Longbottom, thank you for your letter. Thank you for everything you've done for me, and everything you're offering to do. Asterisk. I accept. Asterisk. Harry. The formal ceremony was held at the ministry on the first Saturday of June. Harry stood in the same atrium where he had first arrived 4 years ago, the golden fountain glittering in the enchanted twilight. Augusta stood beside him, her head even more imposing than usual, her expression carved from granite. Dumbledore was there. Ron and Hermione and Neville were there, huddled together in the audience. Mrs. Weasley was crying. Mr. Weasley was taking photographs with a muggle camera he had clearly been waiting for an excuse to use. The officiant was a small, severe witch from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. She read the terms of the guardianship in a monotone, pausing occasionally to ensure Harry was still paying attention. He was. Do you, Harry James Potter, freely consent to the appointment of Augusta Mary Longbottom as your magical guardian, to hold authority over your welfare and interests until your majority? Harry looked at Augusta. She was watching him with those sharp, assessing eyes. But beneath the assessment, something else flickered, something that might have been hope. I do, Harry said. Do you, Augusta Mary Longbottom, freely accept the responsibilities of magical guardianship for Harry James Potter, to hold authority over his welfare and interests until his majority? Augusta's voice was steady. I do. Then by the authority vested in me by the Wizengamot and the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, I declare this guardianship established. May it serve the best interests of all parties involved. The ceremony ended. Augusta turned to Harry. Her face was as stern as ever, her posture rigid, her expression unreadable. But her voice, when she spoke, was very soft. Well, she said. That's done. Harry didn't know what to say. Augusta reached out and placed her hand on his shoulder. Her grip was firm, almost painful. You're a good boy, she said. Your parents would be proud. Harry's throat tightened. Thank you, he whispered. Augusta nodded once. Then she released his shoulder, adjusted her hat, and swept away to interrogate the officiant about a minor procedural irregularity. Harry watched her go. He had a grandmother now. It was not the grandmother he had been born to. But it was a grandmother nonetheless. And that was enough. Dash dash dash. Hash hash chapter 20, the end of the beginning. Dash dash dash. The train carried Harry away from Hogwarts. He watched the castle shrink through the window, its towers and turrets growing smaller and smaller until they disappeared entirely behind a fold of hills. He had been here for 9 months. He had learned more than he could have imagined, made friends he could not imagine living without, discovered pieces of himself he had not known existed. But the castle was not home. Home was the cottage in the hills, waiting for him at the end of this journey. Home was Dumbledore's cluttered sitting room and the garden gate that creaked in the wind. Home was the photograph on his nightstand and his parents' letters in his trunk. Home was not a place. It was the people who refused to leave him behind. Dash dash dash. Ron and Hermione sat across from him, arguing amiably about the relative merits of their summer reading lists. Neville was in the compartment next door, attempting to keep Trevor from escaping for the 5th time that journey. Hedwig dozed in her cage, occasionally ruffling her feathers in her sleep. Harry listened to his friends' voices and watched the English countryside roll past. He thought about the letter he had written, 4 years ago, beneath the floorboards of his cupboard. He thought about the boy who had written it, small and hungry and desperate, hoping against hope that someone, somewhere, would hear his plea. That boy was still inside him. He would always be inside him. The cupboard, the hunger, the silence, these things had shaped him, carved channels in his soul that would never fully smooth over. But they did not define him. He was not what happened to him. He was what he chose to become. And he was still choosing. Dash dash dash. The train slowed as it approached King's Cross. Harry gathered his belongings, his trunk, Hedwig's cage, the bag of books Hermione had pressed on him with strict instructions to read them before September. Ron was saying goodbye to his family. Neville was being collected by Augusta, who had sent a very precise letter outlining her arrival time and expectations. Harry stood alone on the platform. The barrier between platforms 9 and 10 waited for him. Beyond it, the Muggle world stretched out in all its gray, ordinary complexity. Beyond it, Dumbledore waited at the cottage, ready to begin another summer of lessons and conversations and quiet evenings by the fire. Harry took a breath. Then he walked through the barrier and into whatever came next. Dash dash dash. The cottage was warm and quiet. Dumbledore was waiting in his armchair, a book open in his lap, a cup of tea cooling on the table beside him. He looked up as Harry entered, and his face creased into a smile. "Welcome home," he said. Harry set down his trunk. "Thank you," he said. "It's good to be back." He settled into the armchair opposite Dumbledore's and watched the fire crackle in the hearth. Outside, the hills stretched away into the gathering dusk. Inside, Harry Potter began to plan his future. Dash dash dash. End of Book 1. Dash dash dash. Hash hash chapter 21, the summer of discovery. Dash dash dash. The summer after first year was the quietest Harry had ever known. Not silent, the cottage was never truly silent, filled as it was with the hum of enchanted instruments and the crackle of the fire and Dumbledore's occasional mutterings over correspondence. But quiet in the way that mattered, unhurried, undemanding, full of space to simply exist. Harry filled that space with study. Not because he had to, Dumbledore had made it clear that the summer was his own, to use as he wished. But because he wanted to. Because the more he learned about magic, the more he realized how much he didn't know. He read through Bathsheba Babbling's old textbooks, revisiting the runic foundations he had studied before Hogwarts. He practiced his spellwork in the garden, mastering the shield charm and the banishing charm and a dozen other incantations that had seemed impossible in September. He wrote long letters to Hermione about magical theory and shorter, less organized ones to Ron about Quidditch. And he thought about his parents. The photograph from Godric's Hollow remained on his nightstand, joined now by the one Augusta had sent and the yearbook picture from Dumbledore's collection. Harry had memorized every detail, the curve of his mother's smile, the tilt of his father's head, the way they looked at each other when they thought no one was watching. They had been so young. Younger than Dumbledore was now, certainly. Younger than Harry would be when he finished Hogwarts. They had barely begun their lives when Voldemort ended them. And yet, in the brief time they had loved each other completely. They had loved him completely. Harry traced his mother's face in the photograph. "I wish I'd known you," he whispered. The photograph didn't answer. But somehow, the silence felt less empty than it used to. Dash dash dash. Augusta visited in July. She arrived with the same formidable presents she had brought to the guardianship ceremony, her head bristling with disapproval of the cottage's lack of proper security wards. Dumbledore received her criticisms with serene good humor and served tea that she pronounced adequate. Harry sat through the ritual of inspection, Augusta examining his study habits, his magical progress, his physical health, and tried not to fidget. "You've grown," Augusta said finally. 2 inches, at least. Neville will be disappointed, he's convinced he'll never catch up. How is Neville? He's surviving, which, for a Longbottom, is the same as thriving. She paused. He speaks of you often. Your letters mean a great deal to him. Harry ducked his head. He means a lot to me too. Augusta nodded once, sharply. Good. Families should matter to each other. It was the closest she had ever come to acknowledging their new relationship directly. Harry felt something warm settle in his chest. "Mrs. Longbottom," he said. "I've been thinking about Godric's Hollow. The cottage you told me about, my grandmother's cottage." Augusta's expression sharpened. "Yes, I think I'm ready to see it." They traveled by flow. Harry had never used the network before, Dumbledore preferred apparition, and the cottage's connection was temperamental at best. But Augusta insisted, and Augusta's expectations were not easily defied. The journey was disorienting. Green flames roared around him, spinning him through darkness and distance until he stumbled out of a fireplace into a small, dusty sitting room. He was in Godric's Hollow. The cottage was smaller than he had imagined. 3 rooms, as Augusta had said, sitting room, kitchen, bedroom. The furniture was simple, well made, covered in dust sheets that had yellowed with age. Sunlight filtered through lace curtains, illuminating dancing motes of dust. Harry stood in the center of the sitting room and tried to feel something. Grief. Loss. The weight of history pressing down on his shoulders. Nothing came. Just quiet. The same quiet that filled Dumbledore's cottage on winter evenings, the patient silence of a space waiting to be inhabited. "It's not haunted," Harry said. Augusta, standing rigidly by the fireplace, raised an eyebrow. "Did you expect it to be?" "I don't know. I thought I'd feel something. Maybe." He paused. "But I don't. It's just a house." "It is a house," Augusta agreed. "It was also a home. The two are not the same." Harry looked around the room. He could imagine his grandmother here, Doria Potter, the woman who had planted oak trees and left this cottage to her grandson. He could imagine his father as a teenager, sprawled on the sofa with Quidditch magazines, pretending to study while his grandmother pretended not to notice. He could imagine his mother here, young and alive and full of love. "You can make it a home again," Augusta said. "Or you can leave it as it is. The choice is yours." Harry walked to the window. The garden beyond was overgrown, the oaks Augusta had mentioned stretching their branches toward a sky heavy with clouds. A stream glittered at the bottom of the property, catching the gray light. "I don't know if I want to live here," he said. "But I'm glad it exists. A place that was theirs, that I can come to when I need to remember them." He turned from the window. "Thank you for bringing me." Augusta inclined her head. "Your grandmother would have liked you," she said. "You have her practicality." It was, Harry suspected, the highest compliment Augusta could give. They returned to the cottage as dusk settled over the hills. Dumbledore was waiting by the fire, his expression carefully neutral. He did not ask about the visit, did not press Harry for details or reactions. He simply nodded when Harry entered and returned to his reading. Harry sat in his armchair and watched the flames dance. He had seen his grandmother's cottage. He had stood in the rooms where his father had grown up, where his parents had spent their summers courting, where his great-grandmother had planted trees that still stood tall. It had not changed him. But it had added something, another layer to the foundation he was building, another piece of the puzzle that was his history. He was not ready to live there. But he was ready to know it existed. Chapter 22, the second year begins. Hogwarts welcomed Harry back with familiar warmth. The great hall glittered with candles, the ceiling mirroring the autumn sky beyond. Students milled between tables, reuniting after the summer with shrieks and laughter and elaborate tales of holiday adventures. The Sorting Hat sang a new song about unity and courage. Dumbledore welcomed everyone with twinkling eyes and promises of an excellent year ahead. Harry settled into his seat at the Gryffindor table, Ron on one side and Hermione on the other, and felt the last of his tension drain away. He was home. The year brought new challenges. Professor Lockhart was the new defense against the dark arts teacher, and he was, there was no other word for it, insufferable. His classes were less about defense and more about his own accomplishments, which he described in lavish detail while students struggled to stay awake. He assigned all 7 of his autobiographies as required reading. He signed copies for anyone who asked. He smiled constantly, revealing teeth so perfect they seemed designed to catch light. He's a fraud, Hermione said bluntly after the 3rd lesson. His books are plagiarized. I've been doing some research. Of course you have, Ron muttered. And none of his claimed achievements are independently verified. He couldn't repel a ghoul from a garden shed, let alone the feats he describes. Then why is he here? Harry asked. Hermione shrugged. Dumbledore must have his reasons. Harry wasn't sure he believed that. The attacks began in October. Colin Creevey, a first-year who had spent his first weeks at Hogwarts trying to photograph Harry at every opportunity, was found petrified in the entrance hall. His camera had been smashed. His face was frozen in an expression of terrified surprise. The school erupted in fear. Harry stood at the edge of the crowd gathered around Colin's frozen form, his stomach churning. He had barely known the boy, had found his constant attention uncomfortable, had avoided him whenever possible. But seeing him now, still and silent and utterly helpless. He was looking for you, Ron said quietly. Before it happened, he wanted to show you the photographs he'd developed. Harry didn't answer. He was thinking about the fragment of Voldemort inside his scar. He was thinking about Parseltongue, the language of serpents, the dark gift he had never asked for. He was thinking about the whispers that followed him everywhere, the constant suspicion that lurked beneath the surface of every interaction. What if it was him? What if the thing inside him was causing this? He touched his scar. It was cool beneath his fingers. Not yet, something whispered. Not yet, Harry pushed the thought away. The attacks continued. Justin Finch Fletchley, a Hufflepuff in Harry's year, was found near the library. Nearly headless Nick, the Gryffindor ghost, was hit by the same curse and suffered an even stranger fate. Not petrified, but somehow frozen, his translucent form turned an alarming shade of black. The school was on edge. Rumors flew through corridors and common rooms, each more hysterical than the last. The Chamber of Secrets had been opened. The heir of Slytherin was walking the halls. Muggle-borns were the target. Harry tried to stay out of it. But his scar was burning. It started as a warmth, barely noticeable. Then a prickle, like the sensation of a limb waking from sleep. Then a constant, low-grade throb that intensified whenever he passed the second-floor girls' lavatory. Harry didn't tell anyone. He didn't know what to say. My scar hurts when I walk past the bathroom where Moaning Myrtle died. It sounded ridiculous. It sounded like he was imagining things, dramatizing, seeking attention. But the pain was real. And it was getting worse. He finally told Dumbledore at Christmas. The headmaster listened without interruption, his expression grave. When Harry finished, he was silent for a long moment. Your scar, Dumbledore said slowly, has always been connected to Voldemort. The fragment of his soul that resides within you resonates with his presence, his emotions, his intentions, his proximity. But he's not here, Harry said. He's not even alive, isn't he? Harry stared at him. I have long suspected that Voldemort did not truly die on that Halloween night, Dumbledore said. His body was destroyed, yes. But a soul fragment such as the one that attached itself to you, such fragments do not simply cease to exist. They linger. They seek new vessels. He paused. Something is happening at Hogwarts. Something connected to Voldemort's past, to his legacy. Your scar is reacting to that something. Harry's hand drifted to his forehead. What do I do? You continue, Dumbledore said. You learn, you grow, you build connections with those who love you. You do not let fear of what you might become prevent you from becoming who you truly are. He smiled. And you tell me when your scar hurts. No more silence, Harry. I cannot help you if I do not know. Harry nodded. Good, Dumbledore said. Now, I believe Mrs. Weasley has sent you a rather magnificent Christmas jumper. Shall we see if it fits? Chapter 23, The Heir of Slytherin. Dash dash dash. The truth emerged in fragments. A diary, hidden in a girl's bathroom. A memory of Tom Riddle, handsome and charming and utterly without remorse. A monster from the Chamber of Secrets, unleashed to purge the school of those Riddle deemed unworthy. And Ginny Weasley, lost somewhere in the depths beneath the castle. Harry found himself in the chamber with Ron, facing a basilisk that had killed with its gaze for 1,000 years. Fawkes appeared in a blaze of phoenix song, blinding the serpent with his talons. The sorting hat fell from somewhere above, offering Gryffindor's sword. Harry drew the blade and fought. He did not think about his scar, or Voldemort, or the fragment of soul that lurked within him. He did not think about his parents, or Dumbledore, or the weight of expectations that pressed down on his shoulders every day. He thought about Ginny, lying still at the chamber's heart. He thought about Ron, waiting above with no way to help. He thought about all the people the basilisk had hurt, and all the people it would hurt if he failed. He drove the sword through the basilisk's mouth. And when Tom Riddle stood before him, smiling with Voldemort's eyes, in a handsome 16-year-old face, Harry understood. "You're not a memory," he said. "You're a piece of his soul. Like the piece inside me." Riddle's smile faltered. "You're a Horcrux," Harry said. "And I'm going to destroy you." Dash dash dash. He stabbed the diary with the basilisk fang. Ink gushed from the wound like blood. Riddle screamed, a sound of pure, undiluted fury, and then he was gone, dissolving into nothing. Harry stood alone in the chamber, panting. Ginny stirred. Fawkes sang. The basilisk's corpse lay at Harry's feet, its 1,000-year reign finally ended. Harry bent down and picked up the diary. Its pages were blank now, the leather cover slashed and oozing. Whatever dark magic had animated Tom Riddle's memory was gone, destroyed by the same venom that had slain the basilisk. But Harry could still feel it. The echo of Riddle's presence, lingering in the chamber like smoke from an extinguished fire. The cold satisfaction of victory, mingled with something else, something that whispered in the back of his mind, familiar and alien all at once. "Well done," the whisper said. "You are more like me than you know." Harry shoved the thought away. He helped Ginny to her feet. He followed Fawkes through the tunnels, back toward the light. He emerged into the school to find Dumbledore waiting, his face creased with grief and pride in something Harry could not name. "Harry," Dumbledore said. "What happened?" Harry looked at him. "I destroyed a Horcrux," he said. "And I think there are more." Dash dash dash. The conversation that followed was the longest and most difficult of Harry's life. Dumbledore confirmed what Harry had suspected. Voldemort had torn his soul into pieces, hiding them in objects of power and significance. The diary was one such piece. Harry's scar was another. "You are a Horcrux," Dumbledore said quietly. "The unintentional, unknowing vessel of a fragment of Voldemort's soul. It is the source of your Parseltongue, the connection between your scar and Voldemort's presence. And it means that as long as that fragment remains within you, Voldemort cannot truly die." Harry absorbed this. "So I have to die," he said. "To destroy him." "No," Dumbledore said. "You have to choose to live. The fragment within you is not your soul, Harry. It is a parasite, a cancer, an unwelcome guest. It does not define you, and its destruction does not require your death." "How, then?" Dumbledore hesitated. "I do not know. Not yet. But I will find out. I swear to you, I will find a way." Harry looked at his hands. They were the same hands that had held the sword, that had slain the basilisk, that had destroyed a piece of Voldemort's soul. They were the same hands that had written a letter and pushed it through a postbox, hoping someone would care. "I trust you," he said. Dumbledore's expression shifted. Grief, gratitude, something that might have been fear. "Thank you," he said. "I will try to deserve that trust." Dash dash dash. Chapter 24, The Weight of Secrets. Dash dash dash. The year ended. Harry was celebrated as a hero. The Daily Mail ran glowing profiles. Students he had never met stopped him in corridors to shake his hand. Dumbledore awarded Gryffindor 200 points, securing the House Cup and cementing Harry's reputation as the greatest student Hogwarts had ever seen. Harry hated it. He didn't feel like a hero. He felt like a boy who had stumbled into a situation he didn't understand and somehow survived through luck and desperation. He had destroyed a Horcrux, yes, but he was also a Horcrux himself, carrying the same dark magic he had fought against. How could anyone celebrate that? He didn't tell Ron or Hermione about the scar. He didn't tell them what Dumbledore had confirmed, what he had suspected for years. He didn't tell them that he was, in some fundamental way, connected to the monster who had murdered his parents. He couldn't. The words stuck in his throat every time he tried. So he smiled and accepted congratulations and pretended that everything was fine. The train carried him away from Hogwarts. Ron and Hermione chatted about their summer plans, oblivious to the chasm that had opened inside Harry's chest. Neville dozed in the corner, Trevor perched precariously on his knee. Hedwig preened her feathers and ignored them all. Harry stared out the window and watched the castle disappear. He was going home. But home didn't feel like home anymore. Dumbledore was waiting at the cottage. He took one look at Harry's face and set down his tea. "You haven't told them," he said. "No, that is your choice. But secrets have weight, Harry. They accumulate. Eventually, the burden becomes too heavy to carry alone." Harry didn't answer. He sat in his armchair and watched the fire crackle. "I know," he said finally. "But I don't know how to say it. I'm carrying a piece of Voldemort's soul inside me. How do you say that to people who trust you?" Dumbledore was quiet. "You say it," he said, "because they deserve to know. Because trust is a two-way street. Because keeping secrets from those who love you does not protect them, it isolates you." He paused. "But you do not have to say it today. Or tomorrow. Or even this year. You have time, Harry. More than you think." Harry nodded slowly. "Thank you," he whispered. Dumbledore smiled. "You are welcome. Chapter 25, the third year. The summer passed. Harry threw himself into study, mastering new spells and reviewing old ones. He corresponded with his friends, his letters carefully neutral, avoiding any mention of the darkness that lurked beneath his scar. He visited Godric's Hollow twice more, spending hours in his grandmother's cottage, reading his father's old Quidditch magazines and his mother's annotated copy of Hogwarts, a history. He did not tell Augusta about the Horcrux. He did not tell anyone. Third year began with a fugitive on the run. Sirius Black had escaped from Azkaban. He was believed to be heading for Hogwarts. He was believed to be hunting Harry. Harry stared at his own face on the front page of the Daily Prophet and tried to feel afraid. He couldn't. The fear was there, somewhere, a cold knot in his stomach, a prickle of anxiety at the back of his mind. But beneath it, something else stirred. Something that whispered, "This man knew your parents. This man was their friend. Why would he want to hurt you?" He didn't know. But he was determined to find out. The year unfolded in unexpected ways. Professor Lupin was the new Defense Against the Dark Arts teacher, and he was everything Lockhart had not been: competent, knowledgeable, genuinely interested in his students' progress. He taught them about boggarts and grindylows and werewolves. He praised Harry's Patronus charm, which had manifested as a stag. "You're like your father," Lupin said quietly, after class. He produced a fully corporeal Patronus in his 5th year. It was a stag too. Harry's chest tightened. "You knew him. I knew both your parents. We were friends at Hogwarts." Lupin paused. "I'm sorry I didn't tell you sooner. It's difficult remembering." Harry nodded. He understood difficult. The truth about Sirius Black emerged slowly, painfully, in the Shrieking Shack. Sirius was not a murderer. He had not betrayed the Potters. He had spent 12 years in Azkaban for a crime committed by Peter Pettigrew, who had framed him and disappeared. Peter Pettigrew was Scabbers, Ron's rat, the animal that had slept at the foot of Ron's bed for 3 years. Harry stood in the Shrieking Shack and watched Peter Pettigrew grovel for his life. He thought about his parents. He thought about the night they died, about Voldemort standing in their cottage, about his mother's final plea. He thought about Sirius Black, who had lost everything and spent 12 years in hell for a crime he didn't commit. He thought about the fragment of Voldemort inside his scar. "You deserve to die," Harry said. "For what you did." Peter wept. "But I won't kill you." That's what he would want. That's what he would do. He lowered his wand. "I'm giving you to the Dementors. Let them decide." Sirius escaped on Buckbeak's back. Harry watched him disappear into the night sky, his heart pounding with something that felt like hope. His godfather was free. His parents' best friend, their true friend, was finally free. And Harry was not alone anymore. He had a family. Not just Dumbledore and Augusta and the Weasleys. Not just Ron and Hermione and Neville. He had Sirius. And Sirius had him. Chapter 26, The Summer of Sirius. The cottage welcomed Sirius like it had been waiting for him. Dumbledore made tea. Harry showed him the garden, the hills, the stream that ran behind the property. Sirius walked through each room with an expression of dazed wonder, touching furniture and books and photographs as if he couldn't quite believe they were real. "It's been 12 years, he said. 12 years of nothing but gray. Gray walls, gray food, gray faces. I forgot what color looked like." He stopped in front of the mantelpiece, where Harry had arranged his collection of photographs. "Is that my parents?" Harry said. "At Godric's Hollow. I was 3 months old." Sirius reached out and touched the frame. His fingers traced the outline of James's face. "You look like him," he said. "Same hair, same expression when you're concentrating." He paused. "But you've got Lily's eyes. I knew you would." Harry stood beside him, watching the photograph move. "I don't remember them," he said. "I don't remember anything about them. Just what other people have told me." Sirius was quiet for a long moment. "I'll tell you everything," he said. "Every story, every memory, every stupid prank your father dragged me into. I'll tell you about the time he tried to charm his broom to fly faster and ended up hanging upside down from the Quidditch hoops for 3 hours. I'll tell you about the way your mum used to hum when she was studying, and how she'd smack James with a book every time he interrupted her." He looked at Harry. "I'll tell you all of it. And when I'm done, I'll tell you more. Because that's what family does. We remember for each other." Harry nodded. His throat was too tight to speak. The summer passed in a blur of stories. Sirius talked for hours, his voice sometimes cracking with laughter, sometimes with grief. He painted a portrait of James and Lily that was more vivid than any photograph, their flaws and fears, their arguments and reconciliations, their fierce, stubborn love for each other and for the son they had barely known. He talked about the war, too. The darkness that had crept across the wizarding world, the friends who had died and the enemies who had revealed themselves. He talked about the Longbottoms, Frank and Alice, Neville's parents, and the night they were tortured into madness. "They were the best of us," Sirius said. "Frank was the bravest man I ever knew. Alice could make anyone laugh, even when everything was falling apart. And now they're..." He couldn't finish. Harry thought about Neville, visiting his parents at St. Mungo's, accepting sweet wrappers from a mother who didn't recognize him. "They're still alive," Harry said. "Neville visits them every holiday. He says his mum smiles when she sees him." Sirius looked at him. "That's more than some of us got," he said. "That's more than James and Lily got." Harry nodded. "Yes," he said. "It is. The ministry granted Sirius a full pardon in August. The official ceremony was small. Dumbledore attended, and Augusta, and the Weasleys. Harry stood beside his godfather as the charges were formally dismissed, as his name was cleared, as 12 years of wrongful imprisonment were finally, officially acknowledged. Sirius accepted it all with a stillness that Harry was beginning to recognize. "I don't care about the pardon," Sirius said afterward. "I don't care about my name or my reputation or any of it. I just want..." He stopped. "What?" Harry asked. Sirius looked at him. "I just want to be your family." "Is that selfish?" Harry thought about the cupboard. The hunger. The years of believing he was worthless, unwanted, unloved. "No," he said. "It's not selfish at all. Chapter 27, The Fourth Year. The Triwizard Tournament was announced at the start of Term Feast. Harry listened to Dumbledore explain the rules, the dangers, the age restriction designed to protect younger students from harm. He watched the goblet of fire blaze blue in its carved pedestal. He heard the whispers ripple through the great hall, excitement, fear, anticipation. He did not expect his name to emerge from the flames. But it did. The accusation hit him like a physical blow. "You submitted your own name," they said. "You cheated. You stole this honor from someone who deserved it." Harry denied it, over and over. No one believed him. Ron didn't believe him. The silence between them stretched for weeks, cold and absolute. Harry sat alone at meals, studied alone in the library, walked alone through corridors that had once been filled with his friend's voice. Hermione tried to mediate, tried to reason, tried to shout them both into reconciliation. Nothing worked. How could you? Ron said finally, in the common room, in front of everyone. How could you put your name in that goblet and pretend you didn't? Harry looked at him. I didn't, he said. But you don't believe me. You never did. He walked away. The tasks were brutal. Dragons and Grindylows and a maze that breathed darkness. Harry faced them alone, his wand his only companion, his scar burning with increasing intensity each time he approached danger. He survived through luck and desperation and the stubborn refusal to give up. He thought about his parents, facing Voldemort together. He thought about Sirius, who had written to him every day since the tournament began, offering encouragement and fury and unconditional belief. He thought about Dumbledore, who watched from the stands with an expression Harry couldn't read. And he thought about Ron, who wasn't there. They reconciled, eventually. Ron appeared at the edge of the lake after the second task, soaked and shivering and full of apologies. He had realized the truth, he said. He had been a git. He was sorry. Harry accepted the apology. But something had shifted between them, a crack in the foundation that neither of them knew how to repair. The third task ended in graveyard. Harry apparated from the Triwizard Cup into a place of darkness and death. He saw Pettigrew, and the cauldron, and the bundle of bone and flesh that had once been Lord Voldemort. He saw the ritual complete itself. He saw Voldemort rise again. He heard the Death Eaters gather. And he faced the Dark Lord alone. Voldemort talked. He spoke of Harry's mother, her defiance, her love. He spoke of the fragment of his own soul that lurked inside Harry's scar. He spoke of destiny and prophecy and the inescapable bond between them. Harry listened. And when Voldemort raised his wand to kill him, Harry raised his own. Their spells met in the graveyard. The priori incantatem effect was something Harry had only read about. His wand and Voldemort's, connected by their twin cores, forced the Dark Lord's wand to disgorge its victims. Harry watched as his mother and father emerged from the mist, as Cedric Diggory appeared and asked him to take his body back to his parents, as the shadow figures of Voldemort's other victims gathered around him. Hold on, his mother whispered. We'll be with you. Harry held on. He grabbed Cedric's body and ran. Chapter 28, The Weight of Prophecy. The journey back to Hogwarts was the longest of Harry's life. He stumbled through the grounds, Cedric's body heavy in his arms. He heard the screams as people saw what he carried. He saw Amos Diggory's face crumble, heard his wail of grief echo across the stadium. He felt Dumbledore's hands on his shoulders, guiding him away from the chaos. Harry, Dumbledore said, tell me what happened. Harry told him. The prophecy was stored in the Department of Mysteries. Harry learned this from Dumbledore, in the quiet of the headmaster's office. He learned that Voldemort had heard only part of the prophecy, the part about a boy born at the end of July, marked as his equal. He learned that the full prophecy had been made to Dumbledore, 16 years ago, by Sybil Trelawney. He learned that the prophecy said, neither can live while the other survives. I have to kill him, Harry said. Or he'll kill me. Dumbledore was silent. That's what it means, isn't it? One of us has to die. Yes, Dumbledore said. That is what it means. Harry nodded. He had known, somehow. He had felt it in the graveyard, when Voldemort's red eyes met his and recognized a kindred darkness. He had known that this was not a war that could be won through strategy or power or luck. It was a war that could only be ended by death. Then I'll do it, he said. When the time comes, I'll face him and I'll kill him or he'll kill me and it will be over. Dumbledore's expression was very gentle. Not yet, he said. You are 14 years old. You have a life to live, people to love, a future to build. Do not sacrifice all of that for a prophecy spoken before you were born. He paused. Voldemort will wait. He has waited 16 years, he can wait longer. And when the time comes to face him, you will not face him alone. Harry looked at him. I have to tell them, he said. Ron and Hermione. Sirius. Augusta. They need to know. Yes, Dumbledore said. They do. The telling was harder than Harry expected. Not because his friends didn't believe him, they did, immediately, without question. But because their belief came with fear. Fear for him. Fear of losing him. Sirius gripped his shoulders so hard it hurt. "You're not going to die," he said. "Do you hear me? You're not going to die. I won't let it happen. Not you too." Harry didn't argue. He simply let his godfather hold him, and tried to believe that the future could be different than the prophecy foretold. Chapter 29, The Order of the Phoenix. The summer after fourth year was the strangest of Harry's life. He returned to the cottage, but he was not alone. Sirius came with him, and then Dumbledore, and then a steady stream of visitors that Harry had never met but whose names he recognized from his parents' stories. The Order of the Phoenix had been reformed. Harry sat in on the meetings, listening as witches and wizards debated strategy and intelligence in the growing darkness. He learned about Voldemort's followers, the Death Eaters who had escaped justice and those who remained at large. He learned about the Ministry's refusal to acknowledge Voldemort's return, their campaign of disinformation and denial. He learned that the war had begun again, and that he was at its center. The hearing came in August. Harry stood before the full Wizengamot and testified about everything he had witnessed in the graveyard. He spoke calmly, clearly, refusing to let his voice shake. He described Voldemort's return, the Death Eaters' gathering, the duel that had ended in his escape. The chamber was silent when he finished. Madame Bones asked careful questions. Others shouted accusations of attention-seeking, fabrication, conspiracy. Harry answered each one with the same steady recitation of facts. He did not mention the prophecy. He did not mention the fragment of Voldemort's soul inside his scar. Some secrets, he had learned, were not meant to be shared. The Ministry cleared him of all charges. But they did not acknowledge Voldemort's return. The Daily Prophet launched a campaign of character assassination, painting Harry as unstable and attention-seeking. Strangers shouted at him in the street. Letters arrived by the dozen, some supportive, some threatening, some simply bewildered. Harry learned to ignore it. He had more important things to worry about. Chapter 30, The Fifth Year. Dolores Umbridge arrived at Hogwarts like a poison slowly seeping into water. She was pink and smiling and utterly without mercy. Her first act was to ban Harry from playing Quidditch. Her second was to refuse to teach defense against the dark arts, insisting instead that students learn theory from textbooks. Her third was to issue an educational decree giving herself the power to inspect other teachers. Harry watched her transform the castle into a prison. And he decided to fight back. Dumbledore's army was born in the Hog's Head Inn. 28 students gathered in that smoky pub, pledging to learn what Umbridge refused to teach. Hermione organized everything: meeting schedules, communication methods, the enchanted coins that would alert members to gatherings. Harry became the teacher, guiding his classmates through Patronus charms and shield spells and the basic defensive techniques Umbridge had outlawed. The Room of Requirement provided space. Dobby provided snacks. Neville provided determination that bordered on ferocious. "We're going to be ready," Neville said. "When it happens, when you know who comes for us, we're going to be ready." Harry looked at the 28 faces turned toward him. "Yes," he said. "We will." Umbridge discovered the DA in February. Harry took full responsibility. He did not name his fellow members. He did not plead for mercy. He stood before Umbridge and the inquisitorial squad and accepted his punishment. He expected expulsion. Instead, he received a lifetime ban from Quidditch and a permanent note on his school record. Dumbledore took the blame for the organization's existence and fled Hogwarts before he could be arrested. Harry watched his mentor disappear into the night. And he kept fighting. The vision came in June. Harry saw Sirius in the Department of Mysteries, tortured and pleading. He knew it was a trap. He knew Voldemort was using their connection against him. He knew that rushing to rescue Sirius was exactly what the Dark Lord wanted him to do. He went anyway. The battle in the Department of Mysteries was chaos. DA members fought Death Eaters in the Hall of Prophecy, in the Time Room, in the Death Chamber. Spells flew in every direction. Harry ran through the chaos, searching for Sirius, searching for the prophecy that Voldemort had sent his followers to steal. He found the prophecy. He heard its words, spoken by Dumbledore's voice in the swirling mist. Neither can live while the other survives. He dropped the orb. It shattered at his feet. And Sirius fell through the veil. Harry did not remember the aftermath. He remembered Bellatrix Lestrange laughing. He remembered Dumbledore arriving, his fury so vast it seemed to shake the foundations of the Ministry. He remembered Voldemort appearing in the atrium, facing Dumbledore in a duel that destroyed the Golden Fountain. He remembered the Minister finally acknowledging that the Dark Lord had returned. He remembered nothing else. Chapter 31, The Summer of Grief. The cottage was silent. Harry sat in his armchair, staring at the fire. He had been sitting there for 3 days. He had not spoken since Sirius died. Dumbledore came and went, bringing food Harry didn't eat and tea Harry didn't drink. He did not try to force conversation. He simply sat with Harry in the silence, a steady presence at the edge of his awareness. Ron and Hermione visited. They sat on either side of him, not touching, not speaking. Their presence was a comfort Harry could not acknowledge. Augusta wrote. Neville wrote. Mrs. Weasley sent a jumper. Harry read none of it. The grief was not like losing his parents. He had never known his parents. Their absence was a void at the center of his life, a space he had learned to navigate without maps. He mourned them, but he mourned the idea of them, the parents he might have had, the childhood he might have lived. Sirius was different. Sirius was real. Sirius had existed, had laughed and shouted and hugged Harry so tightly it hurt. Sirius had promised to be his family, to tell him stories, to never leave him. Sirius had left him. Harry didn't know how to survive that. The letter came on the 7th day. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately, Sirius's sprawling, impatient script, the same that had filled pages of correspondence over the past year. His hands trembled as he broke the seal. Harry, if you're reading this, I'm gone. I don't know how or when, but I know it will happen eventually. It's the one thing I've learned in my life, everyone leaves eventually. Some leave sooner than they should. I wanted to write this letter for years, but I never knew what to say. How do you tell someone everything you wish you'd told them, when you know you won't get the chance? I should have been there for you. I should have fought for custody, demanded to raise you myself. I should have been the godfather your parents believed I could be. But I was selfish, and I was broken, and I let my grief and guilt keep me from the one person who needed me most. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. But here's what I need you to know. Your parents loved you. Not the abstract love of people who died before they could know you, but the real, messy, exhausting love of parents who stayed up all night when you were sick and argued about whose turn it was to change your nappy and cried when you smiled for the first time. I was there. I saw it. I watched them fall in love with you, day after day, and it was the most beautiful thing I've ever witnessed. You are not a burden. You are not a mistake. You are not the scar on your forehead or the prophecy or the fragment of Voldemort's soul that you carry inside you. You are Harry. You are James and Lily's son, and you are my godson, and you are the bravest person I have ever known. I'm proud of you. I should have said that more. I'm proud of the man you're becoming, the choices you make, the way you love your friends and fight for what's right. I'm proud to be your family. And I will always, always be with you. Not in some ghostly, sentimental way, I'm not good at that sort of thing. But in the stories, you remember, the lessons you carry, the choices you make because they're the ones I would have made. In the way you laugh, and the way you fight, and the way you refuse to give up even when everything seems hopeless. That's how I'll live on. Through you. So live, Harry. Don't just survive, live. Love people, even though it hurts when they leave. Fight for what matters, even though the battles are endless. Be the person your parents believed you could be, the person I know you already are. And when the time comes to face Voldemort, face him. Not as his equal, but as his opposite. Not hatred for hatred, but love for everything he's destroyed. You can do this. I know you can. I love you, Harry. I should have said that too. Your godfather. Sirius. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and placed it with his parents' letters, in the trunk that held everything that mattered. His collection had grown again. Chapter 32, The Horcrux Hunt begins. Dumbledore found him in the garden, staring at the hills. "Harry," he said, "may I sit with you?" Harry nodded. They sat together in silence, watching the shadows lengthen across the heather. The summer was fading, autumn would arrive soon, and with it the return to Hogwarts. "I should have told you," Dumbledore said. "About the prophecy. About the connection between you and Voldemort. About my suspicions regarding Sirius's fate. I should have told you everything, and I did not." "Why?" Dumbledore was quiet for a long moment. "Because I was afraid," he said. "Afraid that if you knew the full truth, you would be consumed by it. Afraid that you would sacrifice yourself before your time. Afraid that my own failures would be exposed for what they are." He paused. "I have spent my life accumulating power and influence, believing that I could use them to protect the people I love. But power does not protect. Secrets do not protect. Love protects, and I have spent too long forgetting that." Harry looked at him. "Sirius is dead," he said. "Because I believed a vision Voldemort sent me. Because I ran off to rescue him without thinking. Because I was reckless and stupid and—" "Because you loved him," Dumbledore said. "Because the thought of him suffering was unbearable to you. That is not weakness, Harry. That is the opposite of weakness." Harry's throat tightened. "I don't want anyone else to die because of me." "Then you must stop carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders," Dumbledore said. "You are one person, Harry. You cannot save everyone. You cannot prevent every death. The only thing you can do is live your life as fully as possible, and love the people around you as deeply as you can." He paused. "That is what Sirius would want. That is what your parents wanted. That is what I want." Harry nodded slowly. "I know," he whispered. "I'm trying. I know you are. Dash dash dash. The hunt for Horcruxes began that autumn. Dumbledore revealed everything. His suspicions, his research, his certainty that Voldemort had created multiple soul fragments. The diary had been one. Harry's scar was another. There were more, hidden in places of power and significance, each one anchoring Voldemort to life. "We must find them," Dumbledore said. "All of them. Only then can Voldemort be destroyed." Harry listened. And he began to plan. Dash dash dash. Hash hash chapter 33, the 6th year. Dash dash dash. The Half-Blood Prince's textbook changed everything. Harry found it in the back of the potions classroom, its margins filled with handwritten corrections and innovative spellcraft. The prince was a genius, or at least, an exceptionally talented wizard. His notes transformed potions from Harry's worst subject to his best. But there was darkness in those margins. 2. Sectum Sempra. Levicorpus. Spells designed to harm, to humiliate, to control. Harry used them anyway. Dash dash dash. Draco Malfoy was up to something. Harry watched him disappear from the Marauder's map, saw him lurking in corridors and crying in bathrooms. He knew Malfoy was a Death Eater. He knew Malfoy was planning something terrible. He couldn't prove it. Dumbledore refused to act on suspicion alone. So Harry watched and waited and tried not to think about the prophecy that haunted his dreams. Dash dash dash. The night Dumbledore died was clear and cold. Harry followed him to the cave, watched him drink the poison that protected Voldemort's Horcrux. He held Dumbledore's wand and forced the old man to drink, his hands shaking with the horror of what he was doing. They returned to Hogwarts. The dark mark blazed over the astronomy tower. And Draco Malfoy stood before them, his wand raised, his face white with fear. He couldn't do it, but Snape could. Dash dash dash. Avada Kedavra. Asterisk. Harry watched Dumbledore fall. He watched Snape flee. He chased him across the grounds, through the gates, into the night. He screamed curses at Snape's retreating back. He screamed until his voice broke and his legs gave out and he collapsed in the cold grass. Dumbledore was dead. Harry was alone. Dash dash dash. Hash hash chapter 34, the funeral. Dash dash dash. The white marble tomb stood on an island in the middle of the Black Lake. Harry stood at the edge of the water, watching the mourners gather. Witches and wizards from every corner of the magical world had come to pay their respects. The minister was there. The ambassadors from foreign ministries. The representatives of every magical creature who had ever benefited from Dumbledore's compassion. Harry didn't see any of them. He saw the casket, draped in purple velvet. He saw Fawkes, singing his lament from the branches of a nearby tree. He saw the faces of his friends, pale and shocked and grieving. He didn't cry. He had not cried since Sirius died. He was not sure he remembered how. The eulogies went on for hours. Harry stood motionless through all of them, his hands clasped behind his back, his expression carefully neutral. He heard Dumbledore described as a hero, a genius, a legend. He heard stories of his youth, his achievements, his countless contributions to the wizarding world. No one mentioned his mistakes. No one mentioned Ariana, or Grindelwald, or the burden of guilt Dumbledore had carried for a century. No one mentioned the secret Dumbledore had taken to his grave. Harry knew that secret. He had learned it in the hours after Dumbledore's death, when he had pieced together the fragments of information Dumbledore had left behind. He was the final Horcrux. And he had to die. Chapter 35, The Seven Potters. The war escalated. Harry spent his 17th birthday at the Burrow, surrounded by Weasleys and Order members and the weight of an impossible mission. He did not tell them about the Horcrux in his scar. He did not tell them that Dumbledore's death had not ended his education, but begun it. He told Ron and Hermione. They listened in silence, their faces growing paler with each word. When Harry finished, neither of them spoke for a long time. "No," Ron said finally. "Absolutely not. There has to be another way." "There isn't. There's always another way. Dumbledore didn't know everything. He was wrong before. Not about this." "How do you know?" Hermione's voice was fierce. "How do you know there's no other way?" "We haven't even tried." "Because Dumbledore spent years looking," Harry said. "He searched every possibility, researched every theory. If there was another way, he would have found it. Then we'll look too. We'll find something he missed." Harry looked at his friends, their stubborn, desperate faith that he could be saved. "Okay," he said. "We'll look. The seven Potters escaped Privet Drive in chaos. Harry flew with Hagrid on Sirius's motorcycle, dodging Death Eaters and trying not to think about the last time he had left this house. Hedwig died in her cage, struck by a killing curse meant for Harry. George lost an ear. Mad-Eye Moody died before they even reached the safe house. Harry arrived at the Burrow covered in blood that was not his own. He had never hated Voldemort more. Chapter 36, The Hunt. The locket was hidden in the sea cave. Harry, Ron, and Hermione tracked it through Dumbledore's memories, through months of desperate searching, through the endless grey of the English countryside. They found it guarded by Inferi and poison in a basin of potion that forced Harry to relive his worst memories. He drank it anyway. Ron pulled him from the water, gasping and shaking. The locket was in his hands. They destroyed it with the sword of Gryffindor. 1 Horcrux down. 4 to go. The months that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. They camped in forests and fields, moving constantly, never staying in one place long enough to be found. They survived on foraged food and dwindling supplies. They argued about everything and nothing, the strain of constant proximity wearing away at their friendship. Ron left. Harry didn't blame him. He would have left too, if he could. But the mission was his, the burden was his, and he could not abandon it. Hermione stayed. She kept the tent clean and the supplies organized and her fears locked behind a carefully neutral expression. She researched Horcruxes and Hallows and every obscure magical theory that might offer an alternative to Harry's sacrifice. She found nothing. Ron came back. He appeared in the forest one night, drenched and exhausted and full of apologies. He had destroyed the locket with the sword. He had heard Harry's voice through the deluminator. He was sorry, so sorry, and he would never leave again. Harry forgave him. What else could he do? Chapter 37, The Truth About Dumbledore. The silver doe led Harry to the frozen pond. He dove into the icy water, retrieved the sword of Gryffindor, and emerged gasping to find Ron waiting on the shore. Together, they destroyed the locket. But the doe's appearance haunted Harry. It was a Patronus. A female Patronus. He had seen it before, years ago, on a Quidditch pitch during his 3rd year. His father's Patronus had been a stag. His mother's Patronus had been a doe. Harry didn't understand. His parents had been dead for 16 years. They couldn't have sent the doe. They couldn't have led him to the sword. Unless the Patronus was his. He learned the truth at Godric's Hollow. He and Hermione visited on Christmas Eve, walking through the snow-covered village where his parents had lived and died. They visited the cottage, his grandmother's cottage, the one Augusta had given him, and they visited the grave. The last enemy that shall be destroyed is death. Harry stood before his parents' headstone and tried to feel something. Grief, loss, connection. He felt nothing but cold. Bathilda Bagshot's house held secrets. It held the portrait of Dumbledore's mother, and the torn page from his childhood copy of the Tales of Beetle the Bard. It held the truth about Grindelwald and Ariana and the summer Dumbledore had dreamed of ruling the world. It held Nagini. Harry escaped the snake's attack by instinct and luck. Hermione was not so fortunate. They fled into the night, Hermione bleeding from a wound that refused to heal, Harry clutching the portrait and the torn page and the weight of Dumbledore's terrible past. He had worshipped Dumbledore. Now he wasn't sure what he believed. The truth emerged slowly, painfully, through Rita Skeeter's biography and Aberforth's bitter memories and the accumulated evidence of Dumbledore's own confessions. Dumbledore had been friends with Grindelwald. Dumbledore had loved Grindelwald. Dumbledore had dreamed with Grindelwald of wizarding domination and the greater good. And his sister had died in the three-way duel that ended their friendship. Harry read the words and tried to reconcile them with the man he had known. The twinkling eyes, the gentle voice, the patient guidance. The secrets, the manipulations, the refusal to share the full truth. Dumbledore had not been a hero. He had been a man. Flawed, fallible, burdened by guilt and grief and the weight of impossible choices. He had also been Harry's mentor, his protector, his family. Both truths could coexist. Both truths were true. Chapter 38, The Prince's Tale. Snape's memories flowed through the pensieve like quicksilver. Harry plunged into them, experiencing Snape's life from the inside. He saw a boy in a dirty house, neglected and unloved. He saw a girl with red hair and a smile that lit up the darkness. He saw friendship curdle into obsession, and obsession curdle into bitterness. He saw Snape beg Voldemort to spare Lily's life. He saw Snape break down when Dumbledore told him she was dead. He saw the Doe Patronus emerge from Snape's wand, silver and bright, proof of a love that had never died. Always, Snape had said. Always. Harry surfaced from the pensieve gasping. Snape had loved his mother. Snape had spent the past 17 years protecting Harry because he could not protect her. Snape had killed Dumbledore because Dumbledore asked him to. Because the plan required it. Because Draco Malfoy's soul was not yet beyond saving. Snape was not a hero. But he was not a villain either. He was just a man. Flawed and bitter and capable of great cruelty, and also of great love. Harry didn't know what to do with that knowledge. He tucked it away, with all the other complicated truths he had accumulated over the years, and focused on what mattered. He was the final Horcrux. And Voldemort was waiting. Chapter 39, The Battle of Hogwarts. The castle rose against the darkness. Harry walked through its corridors one last time, feeling the weight of 6 years pressing down on his shoulders. He had been a child when he first entered these halls, scared and uncertain, desperate to belong. He was leaving them as something else. Something he didn't yet have words for. He found Ron and Hermione in the room of requirement. He found Neville in the entrance hall, standing with the DA and the Order and every student who refused to surrender. He found Voldemort at the gates, demanding his surrender. Harry walked out to meet him. The forest was dark and cold. Harry walked through the trees, his wand held loosely at his side. He was not afraid. He had been afraid for so long that fear had become a familiar companion, a constant presence at the edge of his awareness. Now, at the end, the fear was gone. He thought about his parents, waiting for him on the other side of the veil. He thought about Sirius, who had promised to always be with him. He thought about Dumbledore, who had carried his own burdens of guilt and grief and had still found the courage to fight. He thought about Ron and Hermione, who had followed him into hell and never once complained. He thought about the boy who had written a letter and pushed it through a postbox, not knowing if anyone would ever read it. That boy had been afraid. But he had written the letter anyway. Harry raised his wand. Avada Kedavra. The green light consumed him. And then, he was in King's Cross. Not the real King's Cross, with its crowds and trains and ordinary Muggle bustle. A dream version, clean and white and empty. A bench sat against one wall. A small, mewling creature writhed beneath it. And Dumbledore sat waiting for him. Harry, he said. You came. I died, Harry said. Didn't I? Yes. And now you have a choice. You can go on, travel forward, to whatever comes after. Or you can go back. Finish what you started. Harry looked at the creature beneath the bench. That's the Horcrux, he said. The piece of Voldemort's soul. Yes. And if I go back, if I face him, the Horcrux will be destroyed. You will be free. Harry looked at Dumbledore. You knew, he said. All along. You knew I had to die. Yes. And you didn't tell me. No. Harry was silent for a long moment. I forgive you, he said. I don't understand everything you did, or why you did it. But I forgive you. Dumbledore smiled. Thank you, Harry. That means more than you know. Harry turned away from the bench. He turned away from the light at the end of the station. He walked back toward the forest. The killing curse had destroyed the Horcrux. Harry lay on the forest floor, alive, breathing, his scar finally, completely, utterly silent. The fragment of Voldemort's soul was gone. He was free. He got to his feet. He walked back to Hogwarts. The battle raged around him. Harry moved through it like a ghost, unseen and unstoppable. He found Voldemort in the Great Hall, surrounded by his followers, gloating over the body he believed was Harry's. I killed Harry Potter, Voldemort said. There is no one left to oppose me. Harry pulled off the invisibility cloak. I'm right here, he said. And I'm not finished with you yet. They circled each other in the silence of the Great Hall. Harry spoke. He told Voldemort about the Horcruxes, all of them, the diary, the ring, the locket, the cup, the diadem, Nagini. He told him that each one had been destroyed. He told him that the fragment inside Harry's scar was gone. He told him that he was mortal again. And he told him about the Elder Wand. That wand belongs to me, Harry said. Draco disarmed Dumbledore before Snape killed him. I disarmed Draco. The wand recognizes me as its master. It will not kill its master. Voldemort's red eyes widened. Then we duel, he said. Wand to wand. Wizard to wizard. Yes, Harry said. We do. The spells met in the space between them. Harry didn't know which spell Voldemort cast, only that it was green and deadly and aimed at his heart. He cast his own spell, the same one he had cast 1,000 times before, the simple incantation that had become as natural as breathing. Expelliarmus. The Elder Wand flew from Voldemort's hand. It arced through the air, spinning end over end, and Harry caught it. And Voldemort's own killing curse rebounded, just as it had 16 years ago in a cottage in Godric's Hollow. But this time, there was no Horcrux to save him. This time, Voldemort died. Chapter 40, The Beginning. The silence after Voldemort's death was the loudest thing Harry had ever heard. He stood in the center of the Great Hall, the Elder Wand clutched in his hand, watching the Dark Lord's body crumple to the floor. Around him, the battle froze, Death Eaters staring in disbelief, Order members waiting for the trap to spring. Then someone screamed, not in terror, in joy. The Great Hall erupted. Harry was swallowed by the crowd. Hands reached for him, voices shouted his name, bodies pressed against him from every direction. He couldn't breathe. He couldn't see. He could only hold onto his wand and wait for the tide to recede. Someone grabbed his arm and pulled him free. Come on, Ron said. This way. They ran. The astronomy tower was empty. Harry leaned against the parapet, gasping for breath. Ron stood beside him, one hand on his shoulder, both of them shaking. We did it, Ron said. You did it. He's dead. Yeah, Harry said. He is. He looked down at the wand in his hand. It was beautiful, the Elder Wand, the Death Stick, the most powerful wand in existence. It had killed Dumbledore and served Voldemort and now, inexplicably, belonged to Harry. He didn't want it. He snapped it in half and threw the pieces into the darkness below. The funeral was 3 days later. Harry stood at the edge of the Black Lake, watching the bodies burn. Remus Lupin, Nymphadora Tonks, Colin Creevey, who had sneaked back into the castle to fight and died with his camera around his neck. Fred Weasley. Harry watched Mrs. Weasley collapse over her son's body. He watched George stare at empty space where his twin should have been. He watched Percy weep for the brother he had spent years ignoring. And he thought about all the people who had died so that Voldemort could finally be defeated. He didn't know how to carry that weight. He carried it anyway. The months after the battle were the strangest of Harry's life. He returned to the cottage, but it didn't feel like home anymore. Too many ghosts haunted its corners, Dumbledore's armchair empty by the fire, Sirius's laughter echoing in the garden, the weight of his parents' letters pressing down from his nightstand. He visited the burrow. He visited Godric's Hollow. He visited Augusta and Neville, who had fought in the battle and survived. He visited Hermione, who was already planning her new curriculum. He visited Ron, who was trying to convince George to reopen Weasley's Wizard Wheezes. He visited Andromeda Tonks, who was raising her orphaned grandson alone. He visited the graves. The letter arrived on a gray morning in August. Harry recognized the handwriting immediately, the elegant loops and flourishes he had studied for years, the distinctive slant of Dumbledore's quill. He broke the seal with trembling hands. My dear Harry, if you are reading this, I am gone. And you have won. I always knew you would. Not because of the prophecy, or your power, or any of the other factors that others have used to define your worth. I knew you would win because you understood something that Voldemort never could. That love is not weakness, that mercy is not defeat, that the strength to protect is far greater than the strength to destroy. You have carried so much, Harry. The weight of your parents' deaths, the burden of your own survival, the expectations of a world that saw you as a symbol rather than a person. You have carried it all without breaking, without becoming bitter, without losing the essential goodness that has always defined you. And now, at last, you can set it down. You are free. Free from the prophecy, free from the Horcrux, free from the destiny that was forced upon you before you could walk or speak or even understand the word, choice. What you do with that freedom is entirely your own decision. I hope you will choose to live. Not as the boy who lived, or the chosen one, or any of the other titles the world has thrust upon you. But as Harry, simply Harry, Holy Harry, the boy who wrote a letter and changed his own fate. You have a lifetime ahead of you. Fill it with people you love, work that matters, moments that take your breath away. Travel, if you want to travel. Stay, if you want to stay. Become an Auror, or a curse breaker, or a professional Quidditch player, or the owner of a small bookshop in a quiet village where no one has ever heard of. The boy who lived. Whatever you choose, I will be proud of you. With all my love, Albus Dumbledore. Harry read the letter 3 times. Then he folded it carefully and placed it with the others, in the trunk that held everything that mattered. The cottage was quiet. Harry sat in his armchair, watching the fire crackle in the hearth. Outside, the hills stretched away into the gathering dusk, purple and gold and patient as ever. He was 18 years old. He had spent 11 of those years in a cupboard, believing he was worthless. He had spent the last 7 learning that he was wrong. He had faced death and survived. He had lost people he loved and found people who loved him. He had carried the weight of a prophecy and a destiny and a fragment of dark magic that had nearly consumed him. And now, at last, he was free. He didn't know what came next. The future stretched out before him, unmapped and uncertain, full of possibilities he couldn't yet imagine. But he wasn't afraid. He had his friends. He had his family. He had the letters in his trunk and the photographs on his nightstand and the memories of everyone who had loved him and left him and would always, always be with him. He had himself. And that was enough. The knock came at dusk. Harry opened the door to find Ron and Hermione standing on the threshold, their faces flushed with cold and excitement. We've been looking everywhere for you, Hermione said. Why don't you ever answer your owl? Sorry, Harry said. I was thinking. Ron grinned. Yeah, we know what your thinking looks like. Come on, get your coat. Mrs. Weasley's doing a big dinner and she'll never forgive you if you miss it. Harry hesitated. I don't know if I'm. Nope, Ron said. No excuses. You're coming, and that's final. Hermione smiled. It's okay to be happy, Harry. You're allowed. Harry looked at his friends, their familiar faces, their stubborn insistence that he belonged with them, their unwavering belief that he deserved a future. Okay, he said. Let me get my coat. The burrow was warm and loud and full of life. Harry sat at the crowded table, surrounded by Weasleys and friends and the comfortable chaos of family dinner. Mrs. Weasley kept pressing food on him. Mr. Weasley was explaining the intricacies of Muggle electricity to a captive audience of one very confused Fleur. The twins, George and Ron, now, were conducting an experiment with gravy that Hermione kept trying to shut down. Neville was there, discussing herbology with Professor Sprout. Luna was telling Ginny about the mating habits of crumplehorn snurcax. Kingsley Shacklebolt was deep in conversation with Augusta Longbottom about Wizengamot reform. Harry watched it all and felt something settle into place. This was his life now. Not the prophecy. Not the war. Not the weight of expectations that had pressed down on him since before he could remember. This. Family. Friends. Ordinary evenings filled with ordinary conversations. He didn't know how long it would last. He didn't know what challenges the future held, or what darkness might be waiting beyond the horizon. But he knew that he would face it with these people at his side. And that was enough. Later, when the dinner was finished and the dishes were washing themselves and the family had scattered to various corners of the burrow, Harry stepped out into the garden. The night was clear and cold, stars scattered across the darkness like salt on velvet. He stood at the edge of the property, looking up at the sky, and thought about everyone he had lost. His mother, his father, Sirius, Dumbledore, Remus, Tonks, Fred, Colin, so many others, their faces blurred by time and grief and the sheer weight of loss. He missed them. He would always miss them. But the grief was no longer a wound. It was a scar, tender sometimes, aching in the cold, but no longer bleeding. He could carry it. He could carry it and still live. A light appeared at the edge of the garden. Silver and bright, it emerged from the darkness and resolved itself into a familiar shape. A doe, graceful and luminous, her eyes gentle in the starlight. Harry watched her approach. She paused at the garden gate, her gaze meeting his. For a moment, just a moment, he felt the presence of everyone who had loved him and left him, gathered around him in the darkness. Then the doe turned and bounded away, disappearing into the hills. Harry stood alone in the garden. But he was not lonely. He turned and walked back toward the light and warmth of the burrow, where his family was waiting. End.